Nice and easy. Nice and easy. All right, let's go take a look at SPY now. Um, let's go see here. So remember, everybody, we bought SPY calls for 651 here. We're already up 100%. Let me go ahead and show you on the reversal chart. Actually, I can show you on this chart real quick, because we fixed this one up over the weekend. So now this one looks really easy to follow along with. So again, we just simply bought a call right down there. Let me see, where's that? Where's the 5? Is this a 5-minute? Oh, I have. Why does it look like this? Am I bugging? There you go. All right, there you go. I was about to say. So let's just go on the 1 minute real quick, just for a second. So again, before the market had fell straight down to that low in the morning, the first thing we told everybody was $12 calls right down here. We instantly got filled at 12. Those things went up to 100% here. Right now, you could buy another set for the same price. So if you didn't already try that first set, you could, trade it one more time. Test it one more time and see how it goes. Let me see, I'm looking for some more plays here before the market starts zipping to the top side. And then for NVIDIA, we're up 10%, so let's go ahead and post these. Make sure we post them to the community here. Alrighty, so we want to sell the NVIDIA contract for 500 to 1,000%. For the SPY contract, I'm looking for, let me see here. $400, $500, about 600% is what I'm looking for the SPY call. After we sell it for 600%, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hop into a put with the whole entire account and try to play the downside right after that. So that's the goal right now. So again, we're in the calls. This bottom bit right there is a nice place to get some calls, right? Just like we told you the second time when you fell down like a minute ago, 2 minutes ago. So yeah, it's working out again. Make sure you all look for the top ranges, and every time it goes up 50 to 100%, you put a stop loss. Don't let your contracts go up 50%. And, you just let it go back down to 0. You might as well just take it every single time it hits 50. Right now, I think you're up 100% twice already. So again, everybody, it's only been about 7 minutes and you're already up 100% twice. We're going to trade some SPX later as well. I think that should be a little fun. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Let's go ahead and add the reversal points real quick. Are we on the 5 minute? Yes, we are. Perfect. Now let's slide this over. Excellent. So just like we always tell you guys every single day, every single morning, if I zoom into this chart right here on the 5 minute, when the market opened up and it ran up, what did it hit? First reversal point. When the market fell down and we bought 2 times and got 100% twice on it, where did the market fall? The first reversal point. So it always does this in the morning. That's how you know how to play calls. You just wait for it to fall to this one, or you wait for it to run up to number 1 up here, and you can buy some puts. Since we think the market's going to be running up to a new high here, we're going to avoid buying the early puts so that we have another opportunity later on today. And then if you just go below the 200 moving average, we could just simply play the downside for the rest of the day, right? If you guys trade 0 days, remember, you're most likely just going to take a loss. If you truly want to finally trade this market without taking a loss, the only way to truly do so, again, the only way to truly do so without taking a loss is to trade 5 to 10 day contracts. The only reason why I trade 0 days is because I'm trying to properly show you guys how to not gamble. Just like how our contracts went up 100% twice already. That's a pretty good trade right there, you know? So this is the type of things that I want you to remember. Just these trades right here. Very important. So yeah, if you're going to trade 0 days, just understand you could take a full loss again. So if you're going to trade them, of course, only 1-2 contracts at a time. Do not overly average down. And take your percentages, everybody. Don't just allow the market to go up, give you a percentage, you don't take it, and then you're just down. Because remember, in order for you to make to turn $100 into $10 million, you only need to get 30% for 60 days. You know? And think about it, I already got 100% today. So now if I just do this tomorrow, all I gotta do is do this for another 59 days, 58 days, and I'm already at 10 million with just this one account. And then with the other 40 accounts, I don't know, we'll give them different targets, I guess. So it's not boring if we all just hit, 10 million on each. Because that's nice, of course. That's a really good percentage. But, I mean, I think we could do something greater.
Yeah, then he back on his shit. He must be happy with that girl or something.
My fault. I think I don't hear you guys on Discord. Let me check it.
This shit got me pissed off, man. This shit crazy, man.
My fault, Beast. You just got your mic on.
I heard her say something about some expedition.
What's good, Beast?
What going on with it, man?
What's good, family? Alright, so this is good, right? I don't need to move this no more. Actually, wait. I just need to move it a little bit. Alright, perfect. Again, if these contracts drop down here, you could scoop them up once more for $12. That's going to be your third potential 100% trade here. Remember, if you're trading 0 days, you're going to take a full loss. I'm going to have that alert on the screen at all times from here on out, because I feel like everybody just keeps getting trapped with the 0 days. Well, not everybody. Let me not say that. But I know a lot of people that get trapped with the 0 days, especially those of you who are starting to options trade for the first time and you're brand new to it. You got to recognize that these 0 day contracts, the way they move, the way the market, can give you an uptrend, can give you a downtrend. Take, for example, Friday, right? we told everybody puts up here. We sold the puts right around the middle of the day here. It's like right before you went below the 200. And then at the floor down here, we bought calls about right here. I think it was like right here at 644. And then we had to wait the whole entire day to sell both of those for 30% over here. What happens if this day just kept falling down all day? Just like how this day kept running up all day. You didn't get no reversal, right? That's the reason, you know, I'm trying to get you guys to understand you do not want to trade 0 days. Like, you do not. I'm telling you. You want to wait. You want to be patient. Because you're going to get days like this where the market just goes that one direction the whole entire day. And if you're always using large quantities or a large amount of capital, you're just waiting to take a big loss one day. So that's why when we trade these options on the 0 day scale, it's very cheap. Because with the next day, I could just trade one time and make back whatever I lost times 10 with just one contract. It's like feathering the gas when you're trying to drift the car, right? When you're trying to do some donuts, you got to feather the gas a certain way. Apply the pressure, apply the force, turn the steering wheel a little bit. That's all you have to do here, everybody. Now, in terms of the 5-day contract, because that might be your first question, right? Where do we buy 5-day contracts if you're telling us not to mess with these 0 days that you're trading? So whenever the stream doesn't load, everybody, what normally happens is Discord's just, I don't know. I don't know if it's like messing up right now. I'm not too sure. But for some reason, the video streams, like if I'm live from last night and you join up 6 hours later, nah, it's not the Windows update. So for some reason, when you join a live stream on the Discord, because remember I'm live pretty much 24/7. So whenever you join that, sometimes it just cancels your ability to watch it, and I need to restart it, just like how now it's working. So now it should work for everybody. But yeah, whenever that happens, just let me know and I'll restart it for you guys. That's no problem. Okay, so like I was saying, where do you guys buy 5-day contracts, right? Where is these to be bought? And the answer, everybody, is you got to look at your fractions. So let me actually go to chart number 1, because this is easier for me to show you guys. Again, the next time you're going to buy a 5-day contract, we already told everybody. Let me put the prices here real quick. Oh yeah, I could just do this now. Yeah, I guess that works. All right, perfect. All right, so when you look at the 1/8 point, these boxes are made from 480 all the way up to the new high. So the new high that was made, let me see. Let me make sure I got the perfect date for you guys. Yeah, so the high that was made on August 28th. So when looking at the high from August 28th, these bigger boxes are basically, they're all made from that level. So of course we do and we can fix them right now. But just as a proof of the, you know, kind of like a proof of the matter, I want to show you guys how you can have an old box and still trade with it going into the future. So this is the reason why I'm always able to time markets every single week. It's not because, you know, we have a crystal ball or something like that. Maybe we do. Cough, cough. No, but on a serious note, it's mainly just due to the fact that we always understand how to use previous weekly action and previous weekly flow, like momentum, like the contracts going up and down a certain amount, like the IV increasing a certain amount every time, like why on some weeks the IV only caps out at 30, why on some weeks does the IV cap out at 20, 17, what is low IV, right? Understanding your whole entire dynamic here. And yeah, it just helps you out. It's really easy. That's why I'm talking about these points up here and why I copied these points down here, because past points will allow you to trade future price action. Whether it's diagonally, whether it's horizontally, whether it's in this little triangle, because me looking at this hold here and then hold, down here pre-market, I could theoretically now tell every single, person in this chat that you're going to hold there, run up to the top one, maybe fall down again to the bottom one, and then finally break out. And then around here, we're going to buy some puts for you to fall down. So we're not going to mess with none of this short-term stuff. There's no reason to. We already know the market wants to go up, and if it wants to fall, well, then so be it. We'll start playing the downtrend once it actually confirms itself. Right now, it hasn't confirmed itself, though. They're always going to put you in a weird area so that you want to play puts. The same way they put you in a weird area so that you want to play calls, and then the market just drops out the skies. Same thing. Same exact thing. Give me 1 second, getting a call real quick. Remember, whenever you guys need me, such as for the charting, such as, let's just say, I'm not on the mic, and you guys get into an option that's, very expensive, just recognize that you can call me or text me or give me a message. Usually, for some reason, Discord, again, I told you guys this, but Discord has a few problems here and there. And one of those problems is basically when you guys message me on Discord or you guys at me, because I'm in so much servers, it doesn't truly do it right away at that given moment. It does it like 5, 10, 20, sometimes an hour later. So you having my phone number is just for you to be able to message me whenever you need me or call me. Let me see. Let's look at some crypto plays, Dr. Danny. Let's see what's going on here. How you been, Danny? I haven't seen you in a couple days here. I think we should look at it from this chart here. Yeah. And then for Euro USD, we got into a trade last night when you ran up here. At like 12 a.m. or 1 a.m., something like that, I entered into a short, and then I sold it at 4 a.m. Well, I didn't sell it. I had a stop loss, and right here we basically made 1,000. On the way up right here, this is basically the most we ever made with this account. We made 6K going up, 1,000 down, and then when you basically ran up again over here, I think this was yesterday, right? Yeah, the 8th of September. Was this the 8th? Did we have a long or did we have a short? Wait, give me 1 second. We had a... Yeah, we had a short. And then we sold this. So when did I post this? I posted this at 4 a.m. Don't ask why I'm up at 4 a.m. because I don't even know. And then apparently we sold it for a stop loss at 4:26 a.m. So I was knocked out at that point. So apparently over here, we bought it up here and then sold it like right here, right beneath it. And just this right here, just that one red candle, now that I'm looking at it, it's kind of absurd. Because if we go to the 5-minute, from here to here, we made $1,000 just from this. Imagine if I keep holding these contracts. This account is probably going to be at like 50, 60K within the next week, if I'm being honest with you guys. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start slowing down until I see people catch up. 60K is a really, even 25, 26K, which is I think where we're at right now, 24, 25, something like that. It's still a really good amount, but I want you guys to be able to trade alongside me. So again, we're going to start another small account with just 3 cents, and we're going to try to see if we could take it to 20,000 by the time anybody else catches up. Again, 3 cents. It's very hard to get into accounts with 3 cents, let me tell y'all, because, like, let me show you something. With a 3-cent account, you see how I made $1,000 with the bigger account here? With a 3-cent account, I'm not even going to make a cent until it falls down to like right here. So that means I had to keep selling it for like half a penny, half a dollar. And you're barely making anything for a big ass move. So it's really hard. It feels like you're getting suffocated, is what it feels like. So I think that's a proper way to have an individual learn. Because it makes you kind of automatically, instinctively rely on your gut, you know? You just rely on your instincts at that point. That's the only thing you can do here. Especially when you get moves like this, they make absolutely no sense whatsoever. The reason why this does make sense, if you really think about it, is because of the amount of liquidity getting sent into the market, right? The amount of momentum is just basically getting steamrolled by one party. Maybe not one person, but one side of the world, one culture, one country. Whoever it is that's pumping this thing, they pump it so hard that, you just start ripping into, brand new territories as you fall from those territories as well. So it is a little difficult. Let me not say it's easy to trade this, because when you have to deal with moves like that, imagine you enter into a short right here, the next day you open up and, you pretty much ran up here. The best thing I like about trading Forex is because, one of the best things I like about trading Forex is, let's say if I have $100 into the trade down here and my stop loss is to sell it for like 150 right here. By the time the market runs up to here and I get stopped out, I'm only going to lose $50. If I have an options trade, I'm losing the whole entire thing. If I have a futures trade, I'm losing the whole entire account. This is the only investment that exists where you're going to get stopped out at 50% and have another opportunity to make that back within a couple days or weeks. This is the reason why I love this, and it's also the reason why we never ever have deposited money into this app ever again. We only deposited money into this app in September of last year. No matter how many times we've lost an account because of aggressive plays or challenges or just having some fun, we've never had to deposit money into this app ever again. The $10,000 account is different, right? That's its own account. That's its own reason of being. That's its own challenge. It doesn't count in terms of depositing money because, it's not the main account. It's not what we really care about. Like I told you guys, when you have 10K and you turn it to 100K, you don't feel anything towards it. Especially the more you do it, it gets boring, It gets really boring. So you start wanting to just press yourself a little bit more to make the challenges generally harder, starting with less and then trying to make more. And to me, it's more fun. Honestly, I'd rather start with a very small account, bring that thing to like 1,000 within a week, or bring it to 10K within a month. Because any other job is going to pay you way less than that. When I was working Starbucks, I was only getting around, 300 a week, 360 a week. So how much is that? 369? 369. Yeah. I was about to start singing the songs. Wait, who made that song again? Pitbull, right? I don't know why that just popped in my head. All right, so that's around 12. So yeah, like around, you could say 1,400. 14. All right. Let's see what we're going to do here now. We're going to wait for this market to activate itself a little bit. Let's go take a look at NVIDIA. Beautiful swoop to the upside. If NVIDIA, takes another couple days to run up here, what we're going to do is I'm going to have you guys get into another option for it. But this time it's going to just be like a 3-day play, really short. We still have the 11-day play. And we're basically waiting for this market to run to 180, if not 185 or above. In my personal opinion, just due to the fact that you ran up to the high multiple times, if you run up to that same high again, can you fall? Absolutely, because it's a consistent trend. What do I think is going to happen here sooner or later is that you're going to start popping up above to this arrow before you start falling down and potentially go up higher before you have a bigger drop. You could have the bigger drop now, such as since you hit 185. I mean, that's a pretty big drop, right? $20 drop right there. It's kind of what we're looking for. It's just since you're at the high, we can't correctly position, the small, easy, cheap trades. It's just a little harder because you're just staying stuck for so many days. So like, let's just say you're over here on this Monday, you get a put. The next day you went up. But is this something we would have sold out for? And the answer is no. I would have had everybody still hold the contracts because the gain would have been insufficient for what we wanted. Now, what if there was an individual that was just selling at 20% every single day? You know what that person is going to start understanding and start seeing is that they never take a loss. Because every single one of these contracts, just you consolidating, you're going to get 20%. That means the market doesn't even have to make a move, and you're easily going to get 20%. If the market makes a move, that's when you get 100%, 200%. So whenever you see me go up 100% on my contracts, just understand it made the move that I wanted it to. When I sell out at 20%, understand that the market's in a shaky condition, shaky, environment, and you might just switch into the opposite direction. So if you always sell for 20% and you always just tell yourself that, the next day, if I have $500, or let's just start it with an easy number, right? If I have $1,000, 20% of $1,000 is $200, right? If with $1,000 I can make 20% per day, look at how much money I'll be making within just a mere 5 days. Look at how quickly my profit per day is going to change. So just 5 days, right? I'm going from making just 200 a day, and 4 days later, I'm now making 400 per day. If I add more time to this and I put 20 days, look at how much I start making per day. 2,100, 2,500. I mean, you tell me what job in the world is going to allow you to make 3,000 after you were just making 200 within 15, 12 days at just 20%, which is a baby gain. If you want to be real with yourself, you would put 100% because that's how much I, allow you to see every single day, which means in theory, we should be able to, how much this is, 1,000. What is that? I think a billion. Let me see, 100,000 million. Yeah, a billion. So if you just get 100% and you guys just use my teachings as a way to actually grow your account seriously, and you're not trying to gamble, right? You're not trading 0 days no more. You're trading just a 5-day contract, because that's exactly how you're just going to get 20. That's why I'm saying 20%. Because if I have $1,000 an account, I'm going to use $300 to $400, and my goal is just to make around 100 to 200 that day with that same amount of capital. Now, some days you don't get the move. Some days it only goes up 40, 50%. That's the reason why you're going to use cheap 0 days to make up for whatever you would have made had you had traded some 5-day contracts. But again, do you guys see how crazy this is? And you can't tell me that this is not possible, because think about it. If every single morning I called out the SPY's moves perfectly, just like this morning, we got 100%. If we could do that every single day, which is pretty much what we've been doing the last 2 months, 3 months, and if you want me to be actually accurate, the last year, and if you factor that in, you would understand very quickly that this is not just possible. This is actually kind of a stupid number, because it's not even how much one would actually make. We make here about 500% per day. So in theory, this is how much one could make. I'm not even going to count it. I don't really care about the number. Of course, this is in theory not going to happen, because my emotions eventually, let's say if I take an account to 1 million, even me, myself, even while being a teacher, the first thing you need to recognize is one's own limits. And if it's the first time I've hit 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, I'm going to feel a little weird. I'm going to feel a little odd. I'm not going to truly be investing the correct way and manner. I'm always going to be messing up. I'm always going to be causing issues for myself. But that's what happens when you use too much money. It's not bad that it happens. You just got to pay attention to why you're starting to lose all of a sudden when last week you were making all of a sudden, right? It's like a switch that happens in your brain. So once you understand this, you understand that you merely getting 20% is the simplest thing in the world. It's not hard. What's hard is getting 100%, 300%, 500%, at least in the beginning stages. But 20%, 30%, you're always going to get it, especially if you're buying off of good locations. So right now, everybody in the Discord and on the YouTube should be up at least 20% on their whole account. Is that correct, everybody? Now I'm ready to look at everything. Where to trade 3 cents for the Forex? That's on Owanda, ladies and gentlemen. Owanda. Owanda's a little weird, though, because Owanda, for some reason, they call people. I've never had a brokerage call people. So if they call you, make sure you ask them why are they calling you. Because I have no idea why they started to do that. Because they don't even call me. Shit, why does everybody else get a phone call but I don't? I'm just playing. Imagine. Hood calls flying. There we go. Okay, so let me look at the crypto stuff. My bad, Danny. I had mentioned it earlier. Okay, so you all know here that you all should be up 20%, right? Do we agree? Handshakes all around. If you're not up 20%, at least on that first trade. For those of you who joined into the YouTube, you had the second opportunity. But some of you, of course, joined in a little bit after. So there's going to be more opportunities later. I wouldn't rush it. For everybody else on the Discord, just make sure you update me live so I could see your performance. 30 and 60% on the calls. Excellent, John. Excellent, Culinary. So again, all 20 of you should be up right now. Excellent, Sherman. 22%. Cody, excellent. Beautiful. Beautiful, everybody. That's what we're talking about. Slicing and dicing it up just like every single day. Just making sure I had to test you guys for a second. Making sure that the weekend didn't reset your your spy clock. For Tesla, we're going to trade Tesla as well pretty shortly here. Let me actually fix these boxes now because we have some time here. We're not intending on selling the SPY until we're up like 600%. So once you make some profit here, let's just say you got into the same contract I did and you sold out for 60 or 100%. Or let's just say you sold out like John at 30 and at 60%. What you can now do is you can now enter into the contracts with that amount of capital. So whatever you made this morning, that's how much you're going to use right now in terms of holding it for the rest of the day. So that's how you go about holding your contracts for like the whole entire day. And that's basically how you do it without taking a loss on it. You got to make it free before you actually buy something that you know could be worthless. You understand? So it's kind of like you're already in the future. And you're just delicately planning and putting yourself in a position where success is the only thing you see. Because it is most certainly possible to do so, everybody. Why do you think these arrows always work the second you hit them, right? So right here, you're right next to the area on Tesla where you're supposed to buy 3-week out puts. And it's kind of funny because before you even hit this area before, that means like when you were down here still, we told everybody the second you hit 360, we're going to buy puts. The second Tesla hits 380, that's the next time we're going to buy puts. That's the reason why I'm not having you guys buy puts at this level, is because we already played this when Trump and Elon were fighting in the sand pit. And then he crashed, you know, the space industry. And then right around here is when we started actually playing the space stocks again. So let's take a look at the space stocks after I take a look at crypto here. I just wanted to update you guys on Tesla real quick. All right, let's look at the crypto. Where is it? Crypto. Right here. Oh, yeah, I was fixing up a new Ethereum chart because I have this one already done, but I wanted to kind of have a new idea. And look at how crazy this is, everybody. Before Ethereum even ran up from down here, meaning when you were still at this low right around here in April of 2025, because I made this crypto chart in January. So when you were at the low in April, we told everybody you were going to run up to first on top of the wedge where you could hold on top. Just look at my green line. And look at how crazy close it is. So I was a little wrong here. Let me not act like I was perfect with these lines. But it's not that far off. And not only that, you entered into my selling points where I have puts. So, of course, if you go through... Actually, no, wait. Yeah, this one's wrong. This one's wrong. So that one we failed at. So this one was the bad one right there. So we got to highlight that so that I could fix that later on. We could see why it was wrong. That way is going into the future here. That does not happen again. This is exactly why our charts get so good all the time. It's because we highlight when we're wrong and we draw stuff from like weeks ago, and then I look at it a couple days later and I'm just like, oh, okay. So my idea was this, and this, and it did this, and this instead. That's the flow. That's the momentum, which means if the momentum carries out and it increases, for example, the way I should have drew this line here was I should have drew two of them. I should have drew a line right here for you to hit this and fall. Just like where my pink circle was before. Or I should have drew another line for you to hit this line and then to fall. That right there would have been a crispy entry because you're at the top of a previous high. So that's how you actually draw your lines, everybody. But, you know, we always want to test ourselves and leave it a little empty just for future progression. Same thing with Bitcoin, right? Before Bitcoin even ran to 116,000, 120K, we had told everybody that's the area where we're going to sell the Bitcoin because this is crypto winter. It's going to fall. Unless the whole entire world starts pumping into this. But you got to ask yourself the question, why didn't they do it over here in 2021 when it was, you know, more well known? Like, Bitcoin is still well known right now. Don't act like it's, you know, its name has died off or something like that. That's not the case, obviously. But what is the case is, what's the difference between holding it over here and holding it right here? Why is Bitcoin from down here? Why is it up here? Well, it's because there's a limited supply. So if there's a limited supply, I mean, what else can it do? Can you use this to buy McDonald's? Can you use this to pay your bills? And the answer is clearly no. Not only that, but when you use a Bitcoin transaction, it takes off the... let me show you. Let me not even say it. How much energy does one Bitcoin transaction use? And you guys are going to call me crazy, but when you look at this, you'll start to understand that this is an issue for our energy grid. That's the reason why everything is crashing all of a sudden. So how much energy does Bitcoin consume? Okay, so 91 terawatt, ranging from, but I want to make sure it's, let me see, per day. One Bitcoin transaction can spend up to, which is the same equivalency as 100,000 Visa transactions. So now let me take this number here, and let's actually go to another tab and search up how much energy does a family of 5 waste in a house per day. Okay, so in terms of a 5-person family, let's say if you got a beautiful wife, you got 3 beautiful kids, yourself, your wife, and your 3 kids, and let's say you got an extra dog sitting around somewhere, right? You only waste 15 to 30 kilowatts per day. That's using your laundry machine, that's using your TV, that's using everything you need to use. That's how much you waste per day. One Bitcoin transaction wastes 1,200. You guys understand how insane that is? So this is crashing your energy grid. And think about it. Is there any value in this? No. So it's crashing your energy grid. It's going up because it's just a limited supply. And there's no usability of it. This is going to come right back down. Just wait. That's what I think, at least. Same thought that I had over here, which was a simple thought. I'm thinking it's going to do the same thing over here. It's just logic. Now, again, if you start getting the whole entire world, every country, every, you know, person that was looking at Bitcoin before, if everybody starts dumping into this, then of course you can get it to, you know, hold itself and run up higher. But we're not looking at that until you pass 125K. If you don't get above a 125, you're not going nowhere. So 125 would be your one way of knowing that the upside is confirming itself still, and this can go higher. If it stays where it's staying right now, it's staying here for a reason, everybody. So just recognize that. In terms of the meme coins are different. The meme coins are different. A lot of them don't really even care about Bitcoin. A lot of them do. So like, for example, if you look at Dogecoin here, when you ended up running up here, it was pretty much the same, but different times, you could say. So like, look at this right here. You run up from October to December. Let's go look at Bitcoin again. October to December. Go look at Bitcoin. Where is October? So this is October, and then this is December. And the one thing I want you to understand is, what's the difference between this, and then this and this, right? Like, what is the difference between these? Why would Dogecoin go up here but Dogecoin is not running into the sky when it ran from here to here. And the reason why is because it's crypto winter. It's like, imagine Dogecoin already sees the fact that Bitcoin was going to stop around this area, and you're basically already falling from that area because you already met your requirement for that year, for this set of years. So for Dogecoin and all these other names, like XRP is pretty much the only one that's still primarily holding almost all its value. This is the only one here. And you're actually breaking a wedge right now. So this would be the only crypto meme coin that I would ever look at. So it looks like you got something really good, Danny. Because it's the only one that looks like it has some consistency to it. At least to want to survive. So that's what's up. Let's make some more wedge lines here. And then the next thing we're going to do is make a little weekly box on XRP. And there you go, everybody. That's the area you need to get above for you to actually be confident this is going to maintain itself. Right now, it's at a quarter point. So if I measure this one more time, everybody, see how you just ran above it a little bit? Basically, you're still not choosing a direction. You could still consolidate around here, hit the bottom, shimmy and shake around. Once you get below this line, though, of course, you understand that you might have some really bad downside. Like, for example, me, I'm personally waiting for XRP to drop to this white line here, which should be around like $2.30. And then after that, I want to see if we could be buying it for around $1.30 and then maybe around 70 cents, which is where I'm thinking in 2026 we're going to be around. And then 2028, 2029 will be the next peak. Alrighty, so I think that's pretty much it for crypto. We could look at some other random ones like the Trump coin. When the Trump coin first came out, I had made this chart basically. Let me show you guys real quick. It doesn't, yeah, I made it on like the 1 hour or something. So like when I look at it on the daily, it just looks all weird. So we told everybody with these blue circles, that's where the market would want to go. And look how crazy that is. Every single time you hit a blue circle, you fell to it, ran up. You fell down below it, you ran up to it. You fell down even below it, below that point, and you ran up to that one again. Then you fall all the way down towards this blue circle, and you hold here perfectly, and you hold. Like right here, 20 to, like 15 to 20. So that's excellent. And then you go below it to the bottom, which is $10. And look at where you're at right now. Your next buying point. And this one's holding really nicely. Look at that. Just keeps bouncing above it. So the fact that we're in it right now tells you, ladies and gentlemen, that yes, you can actually start buying this right now if you would like to. I'm sorry if you heard my stomach. Yeah, you're at the bottom right now. So you could see this hold and run up to the sky. But we're playing DJT. I'd rather us just play that instead of playing this. We could play this though, but I wouldn't suggest buying it now. I'm thinking we'll wait to buy it, you know, 2025, the end, like towards the end of this year, if not 2026. I do want to get into another Dogecoin trade though. Right now we're paper trading crypto so that we can get really good with trading it sideways. And it's going pretty well. We bought a Dogecoin long right here and ended up selling it somewhere around here. I didn't hold to the peak though. And then over here we did the same thing again. I think it was in August. We bought it like down here at 20 cents and then sold it at 24 again. And then most recently we were gonna buy it, but we did not buy it. I did not send the buy alert yet, and you pretty much ran already. So we're gonna wait for this to come back down and see if we could buy it somewhere down here on Dogecoin. Because remember, everything has its own reason for us doing it. You're not wasting your time trying to trade this and trying to trade that. And this is not wasting your time. This is turning you into one of the best traders in the world. You got to be able to trade any single thing, any single name. And that's all. As long as you could do that, you're going to be perfect here, everybody. So now let's go take a look at the SPY here. Let's see what's going on. Tesla, we already looked at. We told you guys because it's not above 380, we're not going to play any big calls or you know, leaps. And this is what's going to help you not lose a majority of your capital. The only thing you should be doing with Tesla now is trading 0-day, if not very short contracts, which means that you're going to have a big loss potentially, if not take a full loss on any contracts you trade, which sounds bad, right? It sounds like, oh my God, like, why would he say it like that? When, you know, an hour ago, he just told us that every single loss and win is basically planned beforehand. So if you take a loss, it was planned beforehand. If you take a profit, it was planned beforehand. They're both planned beforehand. And once you recognize that, you can understand why I'm saying it with a kind of a more depressing kind of tone, you could say maybe. But it's not really depressing. It's being real. As long as you be real to yourself, you're not going to really be blindsided by anything that can happen throughout the process of it. And by the way, I can't read the YouTube chat right now, so just give me one moment. OBS is having problems again. I thought it was updating all morning. I'm reading old messages. So, yeah, just give me a second for that. Alrighty. Let me see. I might get into another Euro trade here. Just a quick little scalp. Try to see if we could keep doubling this account. The 50-cent account is now at $2. So again, we started this one with 50 cents. Now you're already 400% up. The goal is going to be to take this to $400 by the end of September. Because then that's going to be a multiple of almost like 9,000%, I think, right? Or am I bugging? Let me see. Let me do it again. 0.50 times 90. Oh no, that would be, is that 90,000%? Let me see. 0.50 times 900. Yeah, that would be, oh my God. That would be 90,000%. That's crazy how we did that already. You know that? We did it in February, right after Trump crashed the market. And then in March, we ended up losing that account because we were trying to basically just, every single time you made a new high, we just full ported with that one account that we made in February. Like right here. So let me show you real quick. Yeah, so over here, we were trading this market so consistently back and forth. It was honestly disgusting. It was crazy. And when you ran up to here in March, right here is where we got margin called the first time. I believe we played puts somewhere along here, and you just kept running up. And then when we hit the top, we basically sold out at a loss and lost half of the account. So it went from like $400 to like $200. And then we did the same thing. We did the same thing right here. We threw in the $200 right there. We ended up going up 150. We were waiting for this to, run right back up to our target point from before. So we made our money back that we had lost from over here. But then you just kept running up. And the next couple days, that account went from 200 to now 100 at this top right here. And I believe we paused the trading on Forex at that point because we were just like, all right, we're just going to have to make our trading styles, slap them on the screen, and then we'll start trading after that. So at this point, I told everybody the market could potentially fall from these next couple circles up here. So I made these circles for everybody so they could see. And the market did listen to it. So you fell from below it, and then you fell above it going into it. And then the next circle that's coming up right here is the one you just hit the high of. And we told everybody that's your second entry for you to short it. So in case you guys want to actually trade Forex soon, there is going to be a potential position or opportunity, I should say, for you to just simply play downside following this little wedge right here. Because look at it. You're listening to it right now. So unless it gets above this, we're not going to really be playing for this to run up for the next 5, 10, 20 years. If it gets above this, it's over. Euro is going to start to run for the next 20 years. So what we're going to do is allow this to fall or retrace right back down to the tops of here within like a year. And then we're just going to full port and hold this for as long as we can. Basically, we're gonna turn the Forex market into a long position. The only way we could possibly do that is if we were able to actually hold it while getting margin called. So until then, like let's just say we're gonna have to wait for this to drop down a little bit more. Let's just try to make, let's just try to build like 5 to 20 accounts for Forex, get them all to 1,000, and then one account, one by one, we'll continue to play the upside for the next 5, 10, 20 years. Because that's all you need is 1,000 to 10K. And that thing will be at 100K real soon. SPY looks like it's launching up into the sky here. So let's go take a look at it now. Just like we told everybody, you're hitting the bottom of the wedge perfectly. Now I want to see you run towards the top. Hit the top, get stuck, fall right back down. At that point, I'm going to be in the money. That's the reason why we specifically were looking at the 651s in the first place. Because just like on Friday, the day before, and the day before that, right now we're just merely looking at the opportunity for you to simply just go in the money. That's it. That's all I was trying to say right there. All of our contracts the last 5-6 days, not 6 days, I think it was just 4 days, because we were playing for far out contracts because I was trying to teach you guys a lesson. We had a proper lesson, we had a loss, so it was like boom, perfect. Now everybody understands how to not do that ever again. If you don't remember what loss I had on the SPY, just remind me, and I will show you what we did, so you could see exactly how you should never lose money that way ever again. Because that's the only reason why you're going to become a better trader, is if you remember that, right? All right, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, everything's being posted to Mumu. Think about it. I even posted a NVIDIA trade to Mumu. So unless you guys are not in the Mumu chat, you're not going to be able to see it. But to answer your question, the how-to guy videos, yeah, just take a look at the Mumu chat. You'll see it. For the first trade, I couldn't enter in that one into the Mumu chat in terms of SPY because it was way too quick. And we had to go live first. I'm not going to tell you guys to get into a position when you guys can't watch me live. So then when we went live again, I told you guys to buy the calls at the bottom again. And if you guys didn't hear me earlier, I'll say it again to you. We told everybody to buy calls right here at the bottom once, then twice. And then we told everybody you should be able to hit the bottom of here, so that could be your third time. In terms of buying calls again, I would say now you got to just wait. Wait for this to actually pop below the box to the 200 moving average, and then you can buy one right on top of the 200 for you to run up into the same high. And then play another put right next to the same area that we're going to play puts at. That's what you could do. So again, that's your next position right here, everybody. Your fourth position. I'm going to circle it. That's the next time you're going to buy a call. For those of you that did not get into the SPY calls earlier, but make sure you get into the NVIDIA calls. Make sure you get into every other option. Let's take a look at NVIDIA, actually. NVIDIA. Wait, let me see. Is there any cheap contracts for $4 for NVIDIA? Let's see if we could do something cool here. Okay, so I just told everybody about the NVIDIA. We're up 20% on NVIDIA. We're going to sell it at 500 to 1,000%. And then for my other account, let me see something real quick. Let's see if we can enter into another NVIDIA trade that expires 4 days out. How much they cost? So a 190 costs $4 right now. Logically speaking, this could be the time where NVIDIA runs up to a new high here. So in theory, to waste $4 for an opportunity for this to run up to the top, I don't think it's a bad idea. We just need this to run up higher, unless we just sell it the second it hits the top. Because you're below the wedge, so anywhere below the wedge is a good point for us to enter into a call. And think about it. The calls we got yesterday, on Friday, were all the way down here. So that's the reason why we're up 30% already, you know? By the time you hit the top of this next peak, you should be up around 500. Like $4 below the target. When it reaches what SPY's going higher and higher, there we go. Excellent. In terms of what we're going to do for the SPY next, again, everybody, we're waiting for 651. 651, everybody. 651. Okay, so all that stuff is posted. We got to post that stuff as well. That stuff was simple. For SPY, we're just waiting for this. We're not going to touch it right now. We're just going to wait for this to go up to here, and then we're going to sell out the calls at the top, and then we're going to buy some puts up here for you to fall right back down to the bottom, if not somewhere in the middle. In terms of your CS zones, perfectly hitting them. Remember, when you get to the top of this zone, that's where you buy a put. When you get to the bottom of the zone, that's why where you buy a call. Eventually, what's going to happen is you're going to start choosing a direction, so make sure you don't get stuck inside the trade here. But yes, that's basically how you would use this trading style. So as you can see, you already worked out. You can count the bottom, so that's a one time it worked out. Then it hit the top right after that with the green line. Then you fell right back down to the midline right there. Then you hit the top again. So that's your second trade, right? Because this is your first going back up. Then your second going down here. And you run up again. That's your third falling down to the bottom where you basically run back to the midpoint again. That's your fourth trade. Then you fall down to the bottom again. You run right back into it. That's your fifth trade. And then you run up to the top of it. And you fall down again. That's your sixth trade. So far, this one trading style already gave us 6 different trades. All 50 to 100%. But as you all could tell, the one problem that I have whenever I'm trading live is I'm not really trying to make you guys impressed. That's the last thing I care about, honestly. Making you impressed would be me getting into 20, 30 trades every single day. The only problem is people won't be able to actually buy and sell the same time I do, just because of how quickly the buys and sells occur. So in order for me to actually properly teach you guys while we're playing something as crazy as 0 days, you got to hold through the storm sometimes. Sometimes you have to face the storm head on, and you're going to have to average down. Just like some days where I was teaching you guys last week how to average down. Even if you're averaging down perfectly on a 0 day, the one problem is that if the market does not change directions, you're just simply going to lose all that value. And then the direction is going to be chosen the next day, which is usually what occurs whenever you have an idea. But again, SPY's not really going anywhere right now. It hasn't really done nothing, so yeah, we're just going to pay attention to the gap you have below us, because remember, that is an important gap. The one thing I want you all to consider is that when you make a gap while running up, you filling it actually occurs at a lesser degree as compared to gaps that you make while falling down. So like these gaps over here that you made when you were falling down, 90% of these usually always get filled. You could say 80 to 90%. Versus these, you can only say like 50% get filled, 30% get filled. And you might ask me, like, how do I know that? Let me show you real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you. And then once you see this, you're going to be like, ah, that makes sense. Okay. Because it's just logical. You'll see. Normally, one would think that the market is 50-50, but that's not the case. The one thing you're going to recognize while looking at the charts is that is the SPY at the same levels it was at 1993? So like look at 1993 and then compare the SPY's levels then till now, which I'll show you guys real quick. 1993 is all the way down here at $40. So is $40 the same thing as $600, everybody? And your first answer should be, it's not. $40 is nowhere near 600. So you had to kind of think about that a certain way. Oh my God, Weeble's crashing again. This damn application. Just give it 1 second. I'm happy you guys could see the BS that Webull has. Every other broker is like this in some way or another. They're all absolutely terrible in terms of their like application for the desktop. I don't know why. They definitely have enough capital to make it good. Moomoo is the only application that I would say has really good like connectivity within the app, as well as the desktop app. The only thing is I don't think you can message people on the desktop app. I wish you could. If I could message people like the Moomoo community, we'll actually try that right now. We'll try to see if we can message the Moomoo community while being on the computer, because if I can, this should be a lot better. What's good with these updates? I just updated it. It just asked me to update it again. Okay, so I think we got that out the way. Obviously, SPY's not at the same location as it was in 1993. We all know that. We all understand that. And the reason why is because you have the top 500 companies that are inserted into the SPY. So now ask yourself a question. If this has the top 500 companies in the world, this is probably going to continue to go up higher and higher and higher. Especially if one of those 500 companies becomes trash, they're just going to pick up another good company. Therefore, when you look at all the gaps SPY has, look at this. Look how crazy this is. Look at how many gaps you have below you. You have a giant gap right here that's like $8. You have another gap over here, like $2. You have another gap right here, another gap right there, another gap below us right there that we created last night. And then watch this. If I go all the way down here, look at how many gaps you follow, or you find. Sorry, not follow. You have a gap right here. You have a gap right here. And this is when you ran up from 400. If I keep going further to the left, you have another gap down here. I think you guys get what I'm saying. These gaps, they barely get filled because they kind of logically can't, if that makes sense. Because the market's always forward leaning. It's always looking into the future, and it's always actually very bullish. Markets are like 75% bullish, 25% bearish. So when the bearishness steps in, you can easily see it. You know, it's not something that's trying to convince you. You easily can know because you could tell the difference between the flow, which is exactly why we end up doing so good with most of these contracts, like 80% of them, is because we understand the flow of the week. So like tomorrow is going to have a similar flow of today in terms of the bullishness, in terms of the pressure. However, the only way it's going to be different is if it's more aggressive. So the second the market starts moving in a more aggressive manner tomorrow, you instantly can tell and depict what's going to happen going into the next day. So like a day like today is kind of what we need to consolidate on the 200 to establish some nice support right here to be able to run higher. Or you're just going to run higher. To me, this looks like you're going to end up somewhere at 654 today. And then once you hit 654, we should be up 600 to like 1,000, maybe 1,500%. At that point, we're going to take the profit because we just traded one contract. So a $12 account is going to turn into basically, how much percent is that? Like $120. So it's going to go from $12 to 120. And then we're going to dump in the whole entire 120. Try to see if we could flip it again to 240, if not 300 by the end of the day. If the market continues to go up the whole entire day, what am I telling you, everybody? I'm telling you, before I even make money with this, and then after I make money with this, I'm still expecting to lose my whole entire account, is what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. So in order for me not to lose my whole account, what would I do if I really need the money? If I turn my $12 account to 120, I'm going to take out 90. If I really need the money, I'm going to take out the 90. That's what I want you guys to also do in your own personal cases. Take out the money when you need it. I'm going to show you how to flip the account again. Once you start flipping accounts with a small amount, I swear you're never going to want to touch an account with a lot of money ever again. It's going to almost be disrespectful. That's how I look at it, honestly. I see it as disrespect because I don't believe in myself. I need a lot of money for what, you know? I should be able to take a cheap account into something extraordinary, especially if I know what I'm doing. So that's just how I think. I don't know. Sometimes it's a little different compared to how, you know, everybody treats themselves and thinks in terms of their ideas. But yeah, I just tend to be on the extreme side because I've kind of noticed that it had more results, you know? More results than me just staying stagnant and a week later, a month later, I'm still in the same position, same job, making the same money, doing the same thing. Life is not changing, looking the same, feeling the same. That's not what life's about, you know? So you should do it you should kind of show that in your trading. You got to grow, you got to grow, you got to grow, everybody. So make yourself have unlimited growth. And then I'm going to be here basically giving you unlimited trades. That's the idea. As long as I'm factoring in all the other psychological things you had to worry about and emotions, everybody here is going to be perfect. Thumbs up, everybody. Thumbs up. Again, I don't just give you easy trades. That's the one thing I want you to understand. That's why I just explained it that way. I'm not here to give you trades. I'm not here to give you alerts. That's not what I'm here to do. What I'm here to do is to properly, finally teach a person, because nobody in the world really wants to teach people because they think everybody's a threat to them. They're scared of them and they fear them. Clearly. That's the reason why when you join a certain Discord, some of these people are in there for like 3 years, 4 years, and they're still stuck. Is because that person might teach them how to trade, but does that person teach them how to take accountability financially? Does that person bump heads with them and help them in terms of a scaling mechanism or risk reduction? And the answer is no. Most people, they're going to be like, well, for what? Why would a person show you how to make money and then have to also show you how to, you know, use risk mitigation or show you how to scale? Why does that person need to do that? That's exactly my point. Everybody in the world says the same thing, and that's exactly why nobody else, you know, obtains a certain amount of help from people. That's why they stay stuck, because nobody around them wants to help them, because those people don't even want to help themselves. Psychologically, they're already screwed. They already have been infected by kind of like an infection from YouTube and all these other people who are trying to tell them like, oh, the trades are random. The 0 days and all this other stuff is random. So you shouldn't really rely on this or treat it like it's real. And then when I saw that it wasn't random, when I saw that it was truly, you know, real in terms of ideas, in terms of making consistent profit, it took me 3 years to realize that. That's the reason why I'm saying, like, imagine if you have most people, they have families, they have jobs, they can't stare at the market for 16 hours like how I did. They probably would have never realized that. So now, you know, everybody is. And I'm very happy about that. That's change right there. That's growth. That's leveling up the world one step at a time. And that's exactly what we should do. Because there were people who passed away that threw us on top of their shoulders and allowed us to see a higher view of the world. So we must do the same thing for the next generation. If you don't feel as strongly as that, as me, again, at one point in your trading career, you're going to have a really bad spiral. And you being able to believe in the greater good, or at least something that, you know, has true value and meaning, such as helping people and leveling up all these other families that need help, all these other families that are stuck eating garbage because that's the only thing they can't have, you know, they can't afford. I think we should all want to help each other, you know. So again, everybody, that's the reason why I teach. That's the reason why I'm here to give you trades. It's not to actually just give it to you, because of course people always want handouts, you know. I mean, just look at the financial state of the U.S. in terms of, you know, I don't want to even say it, but certain things that the government gives people makes the people feel like they deserve those handouts. And because of that, it creates a sick virus inside of the mind where people always want unemployment, where people always want this from the government, where people always stop wanting help from them because that's how they control you more and more and more. That's not the way this country should be ran. At least that's not the way it was a couple years ago. So don't ask for handouts. Every time I give you a trade, you should be like, nah, I don't want that trade. You got to turn into that type of a person, because then there's going to be true change in the world. So you got a 1 day call, and then you're aiming. So my question to you would be, why would you get a 1 day? Because 1 days are going to be more expensive and it's going to be more risky. Meaning you have more opportunities to lose money. That's why I never give you guys 1 days. Remember, no 1 days, no 2 day contracts, no 3 day contracts, unless the market tells us that we can get into them. So like days like today, you're better off just trading a 0 day. Anything else is just wasting your time, because this is not the location to buy a 1 day, nor a 3 day, nor a 2 day, nor a 5 day, nor a 10 day. This, the only thing you should be buying here is a 0 day. That's it. And remember that. Write it down. Write it down as well. Silo said on days like today, and then the next thing you're going to do beneath that is explain what is a day like today. And I'll, tell you in a few seconds here, but again, follow along for a second. Silo said today, days like today, September 8th, 2025, are days that you should only play 0 days. And then to explain it, let's go ahead and take you to my weekly boxes. Come to my office. Let's go over here. In terms of your weekly boxes, ladies and gentlemen, not this one, these right here. Let's go ahead and go to the 15-minute. So in terms of your weekly boxes, you don't have so much capital. Yeah, so that's the reason why you would get into a 0 day until you have enough capital to buy a 5 day. That's what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. So, for example, today we told you guys buy the calls down here. You should be up 100% again. I think the contracts are up 100% for the 3rd time now. So as long as you guys are taking profit, tomorrow you'll have enough capital to trade another contract. I'm actually on a 0 day, not a 1 day. Excellent, excellent, excellent. As long as it's a 0 day and it's not a 1 day is just wasting your time. You're buying something that's more expensive for the same idea, which is what we're trading today. And if that idea actually ends up panning out exactly how we wanted it to, these contracts are going to be worth 200, 150. So we don't need to put more money into this market. If our idea works out, and if we could think about the future, we're going to make enough capital for us to be able to trade a 5 and 10 day contract within one trade with just $10. And then we're going to do it again tomorrow as well, as long as tomorrow has the opportunity for us to trade a big swing. We just got to wait for that. You said risk comes from not knowing when you're what you're doing. Deep research not only reduces the risk, but more importantly, lets you know what you're doing. Once you've thoroughly evaluated it, you'll have confidence. Exactly. Yeah, it's just, you see, it's like, imagine you see something happen so many times, like let's say if you work on an oil rig, right? And every single time this one pipe historically has, had some type of issue or noise, you remember researching it. And everybody on that oil rig with you, even the person who's leading you, doesn't even know what you're talking about. But you're telling this person, like, I swear, like, this is going to blow up. I've seen this happen so many times. Like, I know what I'm talking about. And eventually, depending on how confident you are, they will all believe you. Even if you're at a, a lesser level, or you're a beginner or something like that, or you're brand new to this rig. And that's what I'm saying. When you have knowledge and when you know, you speak bluntly, you speak simply, you speak, with less words, as less words as possible, and you mean everything you say, because you don't need to convince people. There's nothing that a person needs to, needs to understand in terms of you trying to convince them. You tell them, you allow them to see it, and you allow them to take notes. And as long as people respect you and people understand where you're coming from in terms of experience, they're going to use your deep, extensive research to then add it to theirs, and they're going to become a more knowledgeable person. Remember, being smart is only categorized by your ability to actually learn from a person's mistakes without having to go through that mistake. That's what being intelligent, actually means. But, just being smart, I would say is different. It's a little bit different, Obviously, the words mean the same thing, but in terms of its impact, its oomph, when you say the word, intelligence stems from the ability to actually, in my opinion, but maybe I could be using a different word. Maybe I want to explain this a little differently. I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say here. We're trying to create one word that has the same meaning, but we're trying to split it up into two different meanings so that you can understand that there's a different way that one is still intelligent and one can learn. It could be through taking losses. That's how I learned. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not intelligent. I am not. You guys might think so. I had to learn from my mistakes. I was not able to look at people's mistakes and be like, all right, that's how I'm going to make, sure that I don't cause the same mistake. I'm going to make sure that I do it properly. That's why when I trade with you guys, I trade 0 days, because I know people are going to make mistakes. But that's going to be the best way for a person to learn. Because if anything, you wouldn't see me trade often. You would see me trade probably once a week with a 5-day contract, once every 2 weeks. That's truly how you're supposed to trade. Not even how I'm supposed to trade. Because let's be honest, I don't get tired of trading. I want to enter into as many trades as possible. If I have $1 million and I use my whole entire, stack of $1 million, I'm going to open up a paper account and still continue to trade. I kid you not. I just can't stop it. I can't stop it. I don't know if it was the traumatic experiences before of not wanting to give up on myself. But it's like at this point, I just can't stop it. It's like a repeating, thing. That's why I try to get into so many different trades and so many, Forex trades and crypto, because it just makes it more fun. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, recognize that I was not one of those people who learned from others' mistakes. That's the reason why I feel like a lot of people, they don't really learn from others' mistakes. A lot of people are not really built like that, I wasn't. I most certainly wasn't. I had to learn again from my own mistakes. Which is why I'm making you guys have some mistakes with me now. Because now we're going to learn together more efficiently. Sounds like a plan? So when you get a loss, you're just like, Silo is trash. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And then 2 weeks later, every single day, we're trading 10 times a day and we get everything profitable, or we hit 100%. I'm not trying to say that to be like, oh my God, look at me. Look what I could do. Look what we could do. But what I'm trying to say is, be fair. Be fair. Be fair with me and my skill. Be fair with the respect, as I show you the respect as well. And be fair with the love. Absolutely love each other, because love is the most powerful thing in the world. Truly. If you truly love people and you want to help them, which is, no, I love every single one of you. And I'm not afraid to say that. I want to take you guys to the promised land. That's exactly where we're trying to go. So, yeah. Just recognize that. You should want to do the same thing for each other as well. So send some ideas into the chat. Set up some times where you guys are talking on the Discord to each other, with each other. That's all stuff that you need to do as a community. I'll help. I'll set it up. I'll organize the meetings, but I need you guys to conversate and build with each other here. And I will continue to give you unlimited trades, basically. Of course, if we have a loss one day, just like how we had a loss on the day before Friday, because we bought a put right here and then we bought a call right up here, and you just kept running up the whole day. So for the next day, instead of us holding, because over here, if we would have sold it early, we would have made some money. The next day when we bought the puts up here, we sold it early and we never had to deal with a loss. And then we bought them down here. We could have sold it early. We did not. We waited. It fell down. We bought 2 more. It ran up again. Or actually, no, we didn't even buy 2 more. We just bought 3 of them right here. We bought 3 of them right here for $22 or $24, and then we sold them for $30 over here. So as you could tell, Friday there was no losses, but Thursday there was a loss. So if today turns into a loss, of course that means tomorrow will most likely it's almost impossible for it to be a loss, but it can't happen. I'm not going to say it's going to be completely impossible. I know I'm a good trader. I know I can show you guys what to do in terms of flow and what, how can we predict stuff, but sometimes, some BS just truly does happen and it takes me by storm. But when it does, I'll make sure I tell you guys that. So far, I don't think there was one day that really got me weird, made me realize it was weird. But then again, this is not really weird, you falling down this much, because it was a crazy new high. So that's not really weird on Friday. Yeah, I wouldn't say there was really too many weird trends besides when you ran up like crazy on Friday over here. Remember when we caught that $10 run up? I think it was $10. Oh, no, it was close. It was like $8. That was probably the only weird thing. Because you did not make a new high, so you kind of got stuck at the previous high. Let me show you. So, yeah, you kind of swung from the bottom, swung close to the top, and you just, it's like you were, it's like imagine this. if the market was trying to be bullish, it would have ran above this high first and then fell inside of it, just like how it did a couple days after, and then it would have showed you how to run up higher. You falling right below it like this, shifting below, giving you a double point of resistance right below it, and then breaking on top and still giving you that resistance, that bearishness, this is very weird. That's why I was telling you guys, this market really does look like it's going to fall out the sky again. And then a couple days later, you just get a crazy ass, drop from here to here. So in terms of what we're going to do going forward, right now we're basically playing for this market to reach up here, a new high. Once you reach that new high, because you keep falling whenever you hit a certain number, we're just going to play the puts at 654. So we're going to play 0-day puts right here at 654. Which means we might not be able to sell these calls, honestly. There's no reason to sell these calls right now, logically. You just hold. If the market falls, the market falls. If it consolidates the next couple days, that's something it can also do. Something like this, right? You start doing something around here, and then you go up higher. Since you already did that over here, from the 14th all the way to the 5th of September, the one thing I'm looking out for is the fact that last year you crashed at the same level. So last year the market fell down till September 6th. Then what happened was when you fell down to, let me see if I can remember this without looking at it. Ready? Okay, so you fell down to number 6 on September 6th. Not number 6, but you fell down on the 6th of September, and that was low. Then you ran up again to the 9th, and then on the 10th you fell again. So in our case, that would be like hitting here the 6, then we fall down to here, 644, and then we run back up again in a couple days to hit like 654 again, and then you fall out the sky is what can happen. That would be the same trend as last year, just opposite, flip reaction. Because I'm not convinced yet. I'm not convinced September is going to keep running up here. I think they just wanted you to do that for the first 2 weeks, and then they're just going to slam you out the sky is what I'm thinking. It's different from last year because last year you fell when you went into September. This year, you're running up into September. So it's kind of like the opposite. That's the reason why I'm telling you that. Because it's already showing me the opposite, right? All these other charts were perfect. This one could have been a little bit better, but I mean, it pretty much caught the future price action here. Look at this. With you holding. You could still fall down today. Look at that. Fall down to the top of it and hold and run up higher. So now what I would do is I would go through all my trading styles and I would start to break them down to make sure. There we go. There's Borat. I just made my day a whole lot better right there. Just gave me some good energy right there. You guys saw that? That was amazing. Wow. All right. So over here, let's see. I can't get his voice out of my head now. Yo. All right. So 650, 650.30. This chart, we'll just leave that alone for now. I haven't taught you guys this publicly yet. The only people who know about these trading styles is the Discord, pretty much. These are the harder ones. But they're very useful, as you could tell. Just look at how it's been working. So when I run up above here, 654, most people, they're going to get some puts with me, which is a good thing. I'm happy about that. Now, what I'm hoping does not happen here, ladies and gentlemen, please hear me loud and clear. Please hear me loud and clear, everybody. The one thing I want you to not do when you run up to this high is do not put in your whole entire account, please. Just put in only a little bit. Just a little tiny bit. Because if you get above this point here, you're going straight to this point, which is 668. So meaning you might just start gapping up like overnight. That's what I think is going to happen here. I think you're going to run up to here today. Then you're going to pause, have some retracement from the top. Stay up here all day. And then tomorrow you're just going to gap up above here like $1 or $2. And I think you're just going to continue to head up higher. And then the gaps that we created to the bottom of us, like today, and like how we're going to create another gap tomorrow, potentially, will basically be filled in like 3-4 days. So I'm saying you're going to gap like to here or something, hold, and then you're going to start filling this stuff. Once you fill it, you can start going up higher potentially. Alrighty. You said no matter what you choose to do, opinions will come from all directions, but your life is your own, and you're responsible for yourself, not for others' opinions. Correct, Chris. That's a good way to say it. I like that. That's the reason why, even though I'm telling you guys how to trade and I'm showing you guys what's the smartest things to do, I'm still going to get into contracts that you guys shouldn't buy. And I want you guys to point it out. Whenever I get into those contracts that I should not buy, or we should not buy, or you should not buy, you should point it out loud and clear. Be like, he's going to do it. This is a bad trade. He's trying to play us. He's trying to teach us. You got to say it. You got to call it out. In terms of how I trade, it's all mechanically, robotically, and it's all sent into the Discord. So it's very simple, you know. For example, if I'm trading a 0 day and I know the market has an opportunity of running up to a new high today, I'm just buying a single one, and I'm going to hold this until you run up to that high, and then I'm going to sell out. Can you please stop biting the cat stuff? Please? Please go over there. Damn bunny keeps biting the cat stuff. And then when she gets caught, she starts scurrying in the corner. I gotta catch her for a second. I feel like she knows. Like, when I catch her, that's why I do not hit her, because she's so fragile. I actually, you know what's crazy? I hate hitting animals. One time, I did that to the cat because she was, like, on the counter. You know, like, gave her a little tap on the behind. Because you're not supposed to be on the counter. You're not supposed to be where, you know, people eat. And, yeah, I felt so bad after. So I never did it again. I just can't do it. I don't know if I'm the only person. That's what I'm saying. Like, I gotta learn how to train a dog before I get a dog. Because I do not want to I don't want to lay a single finger on them. You shouldn't need to. You should never need to resort to violence. If you're being real. As I remember all my childhood memories. Everybody goes through it, though. Now, but yo, can we talk about this? The way kids used to get taken care of by their parents, like a couple years ago. Taking leaves off the vine, stripping the vine, then slapping them with a vine. Yo, parents used to be wild. Am I bugging? Parents definitely did get nicer. I mean, maybe a little bit less intelligent, but that's not their fault. You know, it's their parents' fault. Not really their parents' fault. It's also their fault as well, but let's be honest. If you don't know about a certain world that exists, you're not going to be welcome to it. Like, you're not going to know about it. But imagine if one of your friends or one of your family members is like an engineer or a doctor. You're going to, know about that world, and you're going to have opportunities for it. So yeah, it's not the parents' fault. It's their parents' faults and the next parents' faults, and it's just a passed down crime. So I think everybody here should want to change that little cycle. At least I do for my family. It's not happening with my sisters or with my children. That is not going to happen. That's why today's youth is a bunch of assholes. Nah, yeah, literally. Like, the parents that are, like, the ones that are 40, 30, like, right now, are those that were, like, viciously beaten when they were children. If you really think about it. Like, my uncle, one time, he told me, his dad, not my grandfather. So, my grandfather's father, he would whip him. He would take off his shirt, just leave him with pants, no jacket, no nothing, tie him to the pole, and leave him there till the morning. And then he would wake up in the morning, take him off, and that's how he learned his lesson. So my grandfather raising my mom and everybody else was just like, I'm pretty sure you can understand. He was definitely traumatized by that. If we're being real, imagine getting, set on a pole till the morning time. Hell no. You get wagged. Hell yeah. Especially with Asian families. Oh yeah, no yeah. Asian families, they 100%. Because, with them, it's like they have to, it's, you know what? It's kind of like this. From going to Japan a couple times, from going to Hawaii, which contains a lot of those that are actually from Asia. Like Hawaii is literally, they say it's controlled by the Yakuza. So just like how you have, Bloods and Crips over here and, other gangs in the US that are still alive to this day, it's like you have the same situation over there with the Japanese mafia. That's what they say, quote unquote. That's why whenever you go to a deli in Hawaii, it's usually an Asian individual who's like behind the deli. Like they pretty much own everything, which is kind of funny because that's not even their culture. It's the Samoans. But yeah, that's just how it is. But not to highlight that. That's not what I'm trying to highlight right now. Not the Japanese mafia. But what I'm trying to highlight is in Japan, I don't know if I told you guys this story, but I always like telling people this story because it was my personal experience. You hear shit like this on, YouTube and stuff like that, but it's different when you actually see it. There was a little boy. I think it was a little boy. I don't know if it was a little girl. I think it was a little boy. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, it was a little boy. It was a little boy. Because I remember me and my boy, we were laughing at it for a second because he gets into the train. He sits next to a lady, and then there's another lady that sits next to him. And I'm thinking this is his mom and this is his grandma. His mom's saying something. His grandma's trying to correct him, trying to tell him, no, you shouldn't have done that. You should have did this. This is how you're supposed to go about doing this, conducting yourself. You're not supposed to do that, right? And I'm telling my boy, I'm like, damn, he's getting violated right now. And he's like, yeah, shit, I'm happy that's not me. And we're laughing about it, right? The train stops, and then the old lady gets off. So I'm like, oh, maybe they were just dropping their grandma off, and she just came by to, to handle the situation, teach him what he did wrong, and they can move forward. The next train stop, the lady leaves, and I'm like, did they just leave this kid on the train? And then 2 train stops later, the kid leaves. And I'm like, so they're completely random. They don't even know each other. And that's when I had goosebumps that went down my back. I couldn't believe it. Their sense of unity and community and respect, their values that they uphold in terms of teaching the next generation and feeling responsible is something I actually started doing myself after I came back from Japan at that moment. So it's like I stole one of the things that they do in order to make their environment and community better and more intelligent, more respectful. So yeah, but different countries have their own sense of respect, morals, ethics. And I think that's one of the glorious parts about traveling is it really does help you become a wiser and more intelligent person that not only has good values, but you've seen all the values of those around the world, which is why you're allowed to actually easily create a proper set of values for yourself because you're comparing it with everything else. But no, yeah, with Asian families, they're definitely hard on their kids. At the same time, the one thing Asian families need to understand is, you can only create such a perfect sense of culture and, respect and all this stuff before you start actually missing out on qualities which allow a person to be mentally healthy. So like with Japan, a lot of them end up committing suicide because there's no community. There's community, there's friends, like you got friends and stuff like that, but they're not, at least the newer generation is different. I will give them that. The next generation is extremely loud. They remind me of people from New York, which is kind of funny. So that older generation, yeah, they're like, all they do is work day to night. In my books, a lot of people might take this as disrespect, but you got to understand it's logical. One Japanese person working one day is the same equivalency to me as one American working for the whole week. So them working one day, because of how forceful it is, because of the stuff they tackle, because of the different types of things that they do. There are hard workers here. That's not what I'm saying. Is that, everybody here is slower than them or they're less intelligent. That's not what I'm trying to say here. What I am trying to say is that because of their values, their morals and ethics and all this other stuff, they work extremely hard. Like extremely. And that's the one thing I've noticed with all Asian families. But at the same time, that's the reason why they have a mental health crisis. Especially when they get older, very, very lonely. So yeah, every single culture needs to learn from each other. I think that they need to learn how to have more community. They need to accept more individuals, more practices, more concepts. Of course, not Not really what's going on right now is what I'm trying to say, because it's a little chaotic, but no, yeah. Each time you stole something and got home, you got chained, whole body, run around the house upside down, and what? What in the saw? You got what happened to you? Listen, that's very, very, very bad. That's insane. You got chained and then dragged around the house? That's like I was about to say Final Fantasy. That's like a Mortal Kombat move right there. He just hit you with a finisher. Yeah, that's terrible. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make it funny so you laugh as well. But that is crazy. All right, everybody. So this SPY option is up once again. We're still holding it because there's no reason for us to get rid of it right now. Looks like we're just going to run up into a new high. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this call real quick. Shake and bake, everybody. Shake and bake. How's everybody's day so far? Everybody had a good day? You had a good weekend? I have no idea why. Whenever I get good sleep, when I wake up, it's like the life has been drained out of me or something. I don't know. It's so weird. I feel much better right now, though. In the morning, I felt like, you know, y'all know what I mean? One of those days. Nah, yeah, I feel good right now, though. All right. Let's keep the energy up. So on Friday, you ended up... Okay, so look. This is something very important, everybody. Very important. Watch this. Do you see how you perfectly, on the futures... Do you see how you perfectly held here? We bought calls here. We bought calls here. And then, of course, you had another opportunity to buy calls here, but we told you all, we're just going to let the market gap up, and then we'll play the calls going up to the high the next day. So it's like we're going to miss part of the trend, but we're going to play the rest of it, is what I'm telling you. And you perfectly held on that. So what does this mean now, right, going into the future? Well, what this tells me instantly is that you're going to run up to here now, which is 6,900. Wait, what is this? Sorry, the numbers are so small. That or I'm going blind. 6,590s. Like right around here is where the market's going to want to run up to for an equal reaction. Because think about it. On Friday, you hit the midpoint or the top point, fell down to here, and now you're back to here. So the equal reaction on the weekly for like today and tomorrow is going to consist of you basically potentially running up to this line here. So that's like the strongest reaction basically. And then as soon as we hit here, we're going to play puts halfway. And then if it holds there and we sell the puts, we're then going to buy into a call, $5, and play halfway again. And then at that point, now we wait for the bigger move to occur again. You know what I mean? So it's like when you're trading any market, the one thing you had to consistently always do is go for less. That's the safest thing to do. It's logical. You know? That's the reason why when I tell you guys to try to trade a 5-day contract, you won't lose any money. Because once you buy at that proper area, you're just waiting for a tiny little retracement. Now, if you continue to run up, you just wait for the next best area to average down at, and then you go for the next retracement. So let's say if I buy a put right here and the market goes up higher, I know that it might want to run a little bit above the midpoint and still reverse. So would I average down here? The answer is no. Because just because I know it's going to reverse there doesn't mean I'm going to average down there. I much rather average down here at the quarter point, which is slightly higher than that point I just drew right there. So I'd rather average down like up here. Or if the market is moving with a lot of momentum, I'll tell you guys just to wait for here. And then we'll buy a put here, average down here. By the time it falls to here, we'll get out. So it's like little things like that we do in terms of the buying and selling. You always got to be forward leaning. You always got to be 5 steps ahead, which means averaging down, buying into new positions, making your previous position free just in case the market wants to do something weird. But then you might not want to sell a put. Because what if right now we buy a 1 month put because you keep falling from these levels at 640? It's not a stupid idea to keep doing it. It's not. But what happens if the market goes against you and you still want to hold that put because you still have plenty of time on the expiration? Well, you're just going to be bleeding. So as you're bleeding, you kind of know that you're like, before you even bleed out, it's like you know you're going to start bleeding soon. So you might as well prepare the med kit, right? Get the bandages ready, get the gauze ready, and just get ready to cover it as soon as you start bleeding. That's what I call being on the defensive and then being on the offensive. It's kind of like chess. You go from the defensive to the offensive where you start attacking. You make a mistake. Now you got to defend, right? Back and forth, back and forth. And then the pros are basically able to, defend and attack at the same time. That's like the next level. But first you have to become exceptionally good with defense and then exceptionally good with defense. And then you could put them together and trade with them at the same time. So, yeah. Where do I think the market's going to go? It always does something less. So if this is the equal reaction, there's very few days where it's going to do the equal reaction. So for today, I think you're probably just going to run up to here. So now let's go compare this with SPY's chart. The high we used was from the 28th. The high we used here is from the 14th. The high from the 28th is right over here. But then the low that I used was August. So this is a different weekly box here. So let's go to another chart. I'm going to put it somewhere around here. Just give me a second. Let me go through everything. I might just add it here. Yeah, let me just add it here. Because you already have this over here. So, but then again, I had to fix that. All right, so this is what I'll do. I'll add that here like that. Flip the sides. Go here. Copy this with Control V. Then undo it. And then basically drag it to the right side. So did you guys see that? How I did that? So look, this is how you quickly do stuff on TradingView. Let's say if I have a box right here. Oh man, wait, let me get another one. Let's say if I have a box right here. Hold Control on your keyboard. Drag it. But ask me a question. Is this the same on the same area? No. And if I move this on top, is it the same? The answer is no. You might think it is, but because of human error, this is definitely not perfect. From afar, it looks perfect, right? But look, watch this. I actually moved it on perfectly. Wait, that's not supposed to happen. Which means the top is also gonna be perfect if the bottom's perfect. That's actually really funny. That doesn't normally happen. All right. What normally happens is as you zoom in, it's kind of like that. Like a cent above. Because then when I zoom out, you see how it still looks like it's on perfectly. So yeah, that's normally what it doesn't. That was actually really funny. And then once you copy it, right? So now look, let's go back to the first box because this is what I was trying to show you. Once you copy it, this is what you do. Hold Control, drag it with the left click of your mouse button. So again, left click your mouse button. Don't right click because if you right click, the settings is going to pop up. So Control, left click and drag. Leave it right there. Then undo it. And you see how now this is brighter? It's brighter because there's 2 of them on top now. So now I could simply just use the midpoint, drag it over, and then fix the box up for whatever I need it for. So that's how you're supposed to correctly move stuff, because it's never going to actually be imperfect. You're basically using a computer to go against the computer. That's how I like thinking about it. Alright, so let's fix this box here. Let's compare it to the futures chart. From the 28th, perfect. When you fell down on Friday, what did you hit, everybody? Perfectly the midpoint. Then you ran up to the top. After you perfectly hit the midpoint, everybody, what did you do? Ran up to the top up here. Fell down near the quarter point. You didn't perfectly hit the quarter point, however. So when you do stuff like this, this basically tells me the market's overly bullish. So on Friday, that move that you did basically just confirmed the fact that the market's really bullish right now. Because you managed to yank down and look where you're at right now. You pretty much ran up $6. I know I had some of you buy contracts down here, and I know a bunch of you actually bought contracts down here, like Culinary and a few other members. You said that's abuse? No, yeah, that was crazy. So yeah, you fell from number 1.5 back down to the top of the orange. Again, SPY barely has done a move today, everybody. You haven't really done anything. Alrighty. So, we're still going to wait for the market to run up into the highest high. In terms of making some extra profit, if by 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, we still don't sell, we're just going to look for a new position and then make our money off of that. So again, everybody, if we don't make any capital by 12 to 1 o'clock, what we're going to do is we're just going to buy a new position. And then this next position, we're going to sell it very quickly. That's pretty much what you're going to do. Intel is still not moving, so we're just going to leave that alone. Target. Target's at $91. Let's take a look at Target, everybody. Wait, let me take this damn, I have this like thick ass shirt on. It's been getting way too cold over here in New York. This is not right. I'm not ready for this. Everybody, we need to make our money so we could leave the States, or at least leave New York for like a month or two. I do not want to stay here during February again. February and January like last year, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna see if we can we can go somewhere else for a little bit. Might even have to come down to the south. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Go down to the south and see you guys. We got a bunch of you guys down there. You already know, John, I want to go fishing really bad. Even if it's... Do you guys normally go fishing towards like the December months? When do you guys stop going fishing over there? Like around where you guys be at. Below 40. That makes sense. My boy's pops, he went fishing not too long ago, and he got some, like, a bunch of different fish. You know, pretty much just like random, you know, fish, just all kinds. And they told me to pull up on them yesterday. So that was one of the reasons why I ended up coming home a little bit late. Kind of normally chill with his father. And, you know, you got to acknowledge, you know, the short moments in life before it's too late. So, like, I really want to enjoy myself around those that are older than me because, you know, in a couple years, logically, everybody just gets a little bit old, you know? They don't really go out as much. They don't really do as much no more. So I don't know. It felt like a nice little moment. But they made some soup, like fish soup, and that was the first time I ever had something like that. And yeah, that was fire. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot the name in I forgot the name. It's there's a Mexican name for it. I forgot what it was. He told me it yesterday, but I forgot it already. But yeah, that thing was really good. Never had something like that before. Let's go to the Euro. Let's go to the 15-minute. Yeah, Louis. I think it was that. Louis. I could be wrong. It started with an M. So I think it is that. You said Myrtle Beach? Why does that sound like Florida? Is that Florida? You know what's crazy? I went to Florida when I was probably like, I think, when did I go to Florida? Right before I started options trading, actually. Oh, at South Carolina? Okay, that makes sense. I forgot when I went to Florida. I think I was like 20. I think I was 21 or 22, something like that. It had to be right before I think I did options trading, because I don't remember trading when I went on that trip. Every trip I go on now, the first thing you're gonna see me do is whip the damn iPad out. It's like a GTA, inventory pouch, and instantly I'll start trading. Like I remember one time when I was in Japan and I was giving you guys the damn Nvidia trade. I was in a club at like 3 a.m. and I was trading on the iPad in the corner. You said we can go there? No, yeah, I would love to go there. We can go there. 6 hours, it's not bad. And if anything, I'll just fly there. Especially when we go on group trips, we got to figure out how the hell we're going to do this. The easiest way would probably be to have everybody just leave from their state and go to the spot. But then if anybody's like near me, I guess, near New York, we can have like, I'll fly to you and then we'll fly together type of thing. I have no problem with doing that. So I think a majority of you are in the South, honestly. But then again, we do have a few of you from the North over here. We could take everybody from the North, take them to the South, and then we go straight from the South, straight to basically wherever we're trying to go. Because we're going to start holding trading tours next year. So like next year, every single month, I do not want to be home. Like not every single month. But what we could do is we could leave for like, we'll plan it. We'll plan the whole entire year before it happens. In like probably September, like the end of this month. But because I know you guys have families. I know you guys work. So what we'll try to do is we'll see what trips you guys want to do and go on. Definitely Hawaii. I'm going to Hawaii like every probably 3 months, honestly. Until we get the house there. And then we're just going to be teaching from Hawaii after that point. Until I end up moving to Japan to finish the anime. And then once I finish the anime in Japan, I should have some teachers in the Discord by then. So I'm not going to be here every single day, obviously, because it's, the hours are... Japan's market opens up at 10 o'clock at night, which is not terrible. I just didn't like it because it was kind of like if I needed to hold a position and watch it, kind of like how we're holding it right now, I'm like falling asleep while I'm waiting. So that was annoying. But other than that, we could just get into a quick trade like the first 30 minutes at like 10 o'clock when I go over there. And then maybe we'll just trade early mornings is what we'll do when I go to Japan. And in Hawaii, we could trade the whole entire day, but mostly afternoons because you start trading at 5 a.m. And there's definitely going to be some mornings where I do not wake up at 5 a.m. I can already guarantee that. Unless I get used to it. Because then again, I do it over here. But yeah, I guess we'll get used to it or whatever. and then you say, yeah, that looks beautiful. That place right there. That looks insane. That looks crazy. What is that building? I never seen a building made like that. It's like a castle, old fort. Yeah, it looks really nice. That does look really nice. Old, right? I could see that. Let me take a look at NVIDIA. These contracts in the morning were how much? Let me see. They were at $7. Right now they're at $3 and $4 for a 4-day call for NVIDIA for 187. If I could buy a 185 for $4, I think we should buy this. A 185 for $4. All right, let's put the order in right now. We're gonna try to see if we can do something crazy with this. So we're gonna buy it at $4. It's a 185 call that expires in 4 days. Okay, so put it at 4. Our limit is now waiting. It's currently $7. Well, we have it so that we're gonna buy it at 4. There we go, Wad. Yeah, those charts look excellent. Wait, are you in the chat, Wad? Let me see. Wad's not here today. He's just sent me an image of his charts right now. He completed all the supply and demand zones. So we just gotta make sure you are, you're set, Louis. So today, whenever you get a chance, we're gonna go over your supply and demand zones, and then the same thing with everybody else that's brand new. Supply and demand zones, should you do it right away? Honestly? No. Only those that actually really want to take this serious and really want to, you know, trade for a long time here, do I suggest you doing supply and demand zones. If you know you're going to be lazy and you know you're going to half-ass it, I'm just telling you right now, do not touch supply and demand zones because you're never going to do it perfect. If you really want to do it perfect, you're going to be able to do it perfect because it's just going to rely on your ability to stay calm. Because when these zones start messing up and when these zones are the wrong color and when these zones are different from mine, you're going to start getting really, really angry because you're going to be spending 4 or 5 hours on these. Like, for example, me and Wad, we went over the new supply and demand zones, which is, there's only 38 of them right now. We counted them. And I think it took us like 3 hours to go over it. I could be wrong, but I think it was like an hour, maybe 2 hours. It might have been 2 hours. Which is not a bad thing. It's not to say that he's not intelligent. It's to say that this thing is hard. This thing takes time. I'm telling y'all. Supply and demand zones are these, by the way. I'll show you real quick. No, yeah, whenever you guys make them, remember the rules. You got to make it, and then you got to tell me you're done making it, so that I can see exactly how you went about making it. Because what I'm doing here is I'm kind of turning you into a machine. That's the idea. Turn you into a machine. And the best way to turn you into a machine is to kind of program, you know, all the different settings and all the different functionalities, all the different concepts. And one of those functionalities is basically, what? Welcome. There you are. We summoned him. You guys. I don't know if you were watching the YouTube. Yo, if you weren't watching the YouTube and you just popped up right now. Or were you here before? Oh, you were watching the YouTube? Okay, yeah. Thank you for that, by the way. I appreciate that, Wad. That really does help. I started noticing that since we started getting more people from the Moomoo community, naturally now it's able to pick up the live so that it pops up on more people's feeds. And now it's kind of like growing the community by itself almost. Of course, we still have to do some work here. We still got to make some shorts. We got to make more videos. But that's kind of awesome how we had one person that just found us from the YouTube, you know? That's awesome right there. But yeah, what I was telling them was how when we went over the supply and demand zones, there's like a lot of factors you gotta remember. So you gotta like nail it into your head, and you kind of want to do it wrong at first, which is why I allow everybody to do it by themselves first, because I want them to be wrong. And then once we are wrong and we're actually fixing it, you can see what was the mistake, what you did, and that psychological switch in your brain allows you to then survive with these other trading styles. So if you can actually make my supply and demand zones, and you could perfectly, you know, just copy and paste that trading style on the screen, obviously after we go, you know, we kind of butt heads and we see what's wrong, what you could do better. So when you go through the whole process of understanding it, right, and you master it, you'll be able to trade with any one of my other trading styles. And not only that, but at that point, I know you'll confidently be able to make your own trading style. Because you'll look at my trading style, you'll be like, all right, why doesn't he use after hours or pre-market data? So what if I use the same supply and demand zones and I, you know, use pre-market and after hours data? Well, I haven't done that, so I can't tell you it's going to work. But logically speaking, is it going to work? Yes, 100% it will work as well. Which is also why I created the DARP style, because it uses after hours and weekly moves. So that was actually the main root reason. So it's kind of crazy, but me creating supply and demand zones was the reason why we created one of the greatest trading styles in the world, which is the weekly boxes, monthly, and the yearly boxes. And again, the only reason why I created this was because I saw the trading style for supply and demand zones and I saw where it lacked. And I was just like, all right, let me fill in those missing holes where there's some days where the market's like running up into a new high and like I don't know how to trade it. So how can I fix that? Like, what do I have to do? And what I recognized was, yes, these weekly boxes. So like for here, right, we have no boxes above going into a new high. So what do? Use the last low, use this high, copy it on top of itself, and boom. Now we know where the market's going to want to run to. So I'm going to play puts right here. Also, I'll play puts right here, probably 0 day. Right here, I'll probably play a 5 day, the bigger circle. And then at this smaller circle over here, let me show you. Sorry, I'm getting like a bunch of calls for some reason. Okay, so right here would be the next spot you can get a 5 day, and then right here we would just be playing with 0 days. So boom, we automatically get 0 day puts here. Right here we can get a 0 day put, but hold it for like a couple seconds. So this one will make it even smaller. That's like a really, you know, fast scalp play. Right there, and then of course 2 more at the top. Again, very computerized. That's how we trade here. That's why I'm telling you guys, before the market even actually runs up, like I already know when to buy the 0 days, when to buy the 5 days. It's just we gotta wait. Just gotta be patient. But you saw how I just did that, right? And then you saw how I just told you how I created it, right? Which was through the supply and demand zones and me stressing myself out for a couple years. Because you know how much times I did this wrong myself? In fact, I had to do this hundreds of different ways to actually understand which one was the correct way. Let me actually show you guys a little something. If I bring up Webull, I think you should be able to see this. Yeah, so look at this right here. So do you know how I actually perfected the supply and demand zones? It was a very annoying process, let me tell ya. I had to create like 300 to 400 zones each direction. So I created zones going from COVID low. So like my old supply and demand zones, they start down here at $300. And from here, I created my zones going all the way up to here. And they lasted me from, think about it, from 2020 to 2022. Those zones lasted me this whole entire area to the top. So when I had those done already, I was just like, all right, now let me test the zones going back down here. So I drew another set, created brand new ones from the top to bottom. I watched how the market was reacting to it. It would listen to it. It would, you know, want to work with it. And then I started creating new zones going from the bottom, going back up now. And what I started realizing was having 3 sets of these zones, the further and the older the zones were, the more the market respected it. That's what I realized. That's the reason why some of these rules on supply and demand zones are the way they are, such as always go from left to right, because left to right is always going to be where the first price action occurs. So because you see how it took you all these years to get above the high, because that was the case, you don't need to create no more supply and demand zones down here. So think about it like this. When the market fell to 480, the reason why we knew what to do down there was because we already had the zones created from the bottom. Not the bottom, but from this high. From 2022's high, once you went above it, we then created the new ones in 2024. And then now, because you finally went above 2025's high, right about like right here on the 27th, I think. Yeah, on the 27th right here is when you started creating new zones. So does that make sense, everybody? So because you already had all this data, like let me hide everything. Because all this data right here already occurred from like, you know, like right here to right here, but more specifically from this peak. So like right there, that's when you would start making new zones. Because all these zones down here were created when you first ran up from here to here. So if you're using these zones down here, it's going to work. It is. But not as well as these zones. So that's the reason why I didn't have any faith in this trading style for like 2 years. I did not like it at all. I knew it was working, but I'm like, why is it working some days and other days it's not? Like this makes no sense. So as I started diving deeper into it, I started creating zones from the first time that you actually get above to that area, and you just carefully watch the price action as it goes up and down, and yeah, that's how I perfected it. So it took us 2 years, probably over 100 to 200 hours of us just doing this, and then after we finished this, we were able to create all the other trading styles. All right, so that's enough of me blabbering about the trading styles. I think you guys get the idea. All right, SPY's still holding on top of this orange line here. You're just killing value at this point, which is perfect. Just let the market kill value, and then within the next couple hours here, we'll see what we're going to do next. Because if today falls from this area one more time, we're going to try to cause one more time at the bottom. But once you get to the top, that next time, any single time we get to a new high after this, we're just going to consistently keep playing puts at the high. So whenever you go a little bit higher or a little bit beneath the high, we're going to always play puts no matter what. Even if you're going to go up higher. Because these you're not looking for, you know, money to make. You're looking for insurance. Now, if you don't have any money that you've made, can you afford having insurance? And the answer is no. You had to make money before you actually have your insurance money to use for your next trades that can save you when you get, you know, kind of like trapped in something. So this is the lines we drew last week when you were like somewhere over here in the middle. That's the reason why I drew it like starting from like specifically right there. That's probably the same day that you were right there, honestly. So you're following the trends nicely, which means the next area to play puts is above the blue box, which perfectly matches up with the calls that we have right now. Of course, yes, everybody, the market can fall out the sky. We're all on the same page with that. 1 day option calls falling a pretty bitch. Or, I said bitch. I apologize. A pretty bit. I don't want why my brain just did that, but so calls falling a pretty bit. Is it time to sell? Remember, everybody. Goldfish, you asked this question, I think last week, every single day so far, once per day. The one thing I want to tell you is whenever you're trying to sell your contracts, the second you go up 50% to 40%, which these contracts did for 4 or 5 times already, you always put a stop loss. Does that make sense? So it's not about when to sell, it's the second you hit 20%, you sell. The only people who should be holding for a greater percentage, like 100 to 500%, which is what we told you guys in the morning, that's what we're looking for. 100 to 500% on these calls for SPY. The only people who should be holding that are the people who are, in my own opinion, right? Some of the better traders that are part of the Discord. That's not for you to take offense to. It's for you to acknowledge everybody has their place. Everybody needs to get better, but everybody's at a different level. Point blank. Everybody's just at a different level. So those that understand how to control and how to mitigate risk and have insurance and not take a loss, those are the ones who should only be holding. Everybody else that's brand new, you should just be taking 20%, because what did I tell you guys earlier? If you just take 20% per day and you only have $100, within 60 days, you're going to have $300,000. Today, so far, my highest gain was 100. Actually, I think it was like 90%. I think it was 100%. So my highest gain was 100%. But let's just say, people say that's not normal. People like say that, I can't get that every day. Let's just say somebody says that, because people are always going to have their own opinions. So we got to hit them in a way where their opinion is, immediately invalid. Not invalid because it has no worth, but invalid because there's no logic to it. So in terms of this is just logical. We definitely got 100% today. If you guys want, you could see the pictures on the Discord. If we started with 100 and we do this for 60 days, I'm going to have... You guys see that number right there? That's 100, 100,000, 100 million. That's billion. Let's say if I knock the days in half, because the other 30 days I take losses, I'm still going to make pretty close to $750,000. You said 1-day options calls falling a pretty bit. Is it time to sell? So yeah, you should know when to sell, which is 20%, everybody. The second your contracts, any contracts that I give you go up 20%, you sell it. And you better not say you sold early, because that's supposed to be what happens here. You're not supposed to make a lot of money yet, because you're going to start to blindside yourself and sabotage yourself. As long as you can correctly gauge your potential, your opportunities, where you're stuck, what you need to improve, what types of trades are you bad at, what types of patterns do you not like to trade with, what types of days should you not trade on. Once you figure all that out, then you can start trading for a higher gain. It's going to take you, some of you it's going to take you a month, some of you it's going to take you 6 months. It took me 2 years. It took me 2 years personally. But remember, I didn't have nobody beside me that was trying to hammer down certain ideas into my brain. So I don't think it's going to take you 2 years. Logically speaking, it should take you at least a month, because of how well we simplify the information, as well as, how simply we teach. I'm trying to not, act all crazy and use big words and stuff like that. Because, yeah, that's just unnecessary. Just make it simple. Make a box, copy it on top, boom. Now you guys know what to do for the future. That's how you predict the future. Whether or not you believe me or not is, one situation. What you should do next is just simply test it. And then after a few test runs, you'll be like, all right, I see what he's saying. I understand what he means. And now we need to do more of this, which is more consistency. So does that make sense, everybody? I just showed you how to predict the future within 2 seconds right there. That's how you do it horizontally. Diagonally, of course, is very easy as well. I put this at the top. There you go. The second it gets above this diagonal range, all I got to do is copy it on top of the line, just like that, and boom. So then I'll buy a put here. I'll probably get a little quick 0-day put. I might buy a 5-day here because it's a midline. And then here, I'll probably get another 0-day put. And at the top of this line, I'll probably get another 5-day, which lines up perfectly with 583. Now let me check the other ones. 570, perfect. 579, 569, 570. That's even more perfect. That's really good. And then this one's 664. So the first time you hit these levels, you instantly buy into a put. That's the one thing you need to understand. You're not waiting for confirmation. You're getting into the option before big money does. That's the reason why we make so much money here, is because we always get into the options that the whales are going to get into, because we already know how they buy and sell. So it's the same thing every single time. And then once you start getting these crazier moves, like down to the bottom here, then you can start getting some moves like that. Or, like a move like this. right? So now you start having some fun, create some ideas. Like, all right, if it runs from here and you're really fast, if it runs fast first, you tend to, have a bigger shutdown right away because that's less structured. So these lines could be really sharp and fast like that. But then if my brain is correct, and let's just say we fall down, then you run up, then you run outside the box. Now you can have a reason to really launch to the top side. But depending on how fast it is, it kind of depicts as to what's going to happen next. Which if you run too fast, you're just going to fall really fast right back down. So the way I tell people when I teach people how to trade options is, even if you know you're going to fall from here to here, you always play halfway, if not a quarter. And if you want to be really, really good, just play for like 1/8 for that. Like barely anything. That's going to be only 20 to 50% of a gain with like a 5 to 10 day. With a 0 day, you know how much you're going to make here? You're going to make 300% to 1,000% because that's a $6 move. So actually, no, a 5-day contract, you're going to make about, for a $6 move, you would turn a 5-day contract, which cost around like $200, into like $450, $500. That's how much you would make with a 5-day right there. With a 0 day, you would make around 1,000%. So again, the 5-day is around 100% to 200%. The 10-day is probably, honestly, let's be real here, it's probably only going to be like 50%. 50% probably, yeah, because you're going to have to get a couple strikes out. And then with a 0 day, it's going to be like 1,000%. So 0 days always have more potential, basically. But yeah, that's how you start predicting the future, everybody. And then you start adding these boxes with these boxes, and you merge them. Now you have both playing fields perfectly, obviously pointed out. Now, even though I'm telling you this, half of you are not going to believe me. The other half are going to, maybe believe, but have to test. And then let's just say half of that half, a quarter, is going to know exactly what I'm talking about. So that's the situation here. Half of you, again, you're not going to believe me. The other quarter needs to test this. They have some belief. And then the last quarter has full belief. That's like the different levels on this Discord. And the reason why I know that is because you guys would instantly put these boxes on your screen, and you would instantly send me pictures on Twitter or Mumu. Currently right now, I love every single one of the people and individuals who's in this community, but I don't know if you guys are serious about learning. I'm not too sure. I think you guys just want the handouts. And the reason why I say that is because there's no notes or people kind of, messaging me. But then again, that's my fault because we should have went over this on Friday. So yeah, that is my fault. Somebody didn't like that. But that's okay. That's all good. Because remember, everybody, I'm not giving you handouts. I really want you to learn. I really want you to be able to have this for yourself, so you could teach your families, so you could teach the next generation. As long as you're doing that and you're creating these boxes, email me, send me some notes, harass me for meetings and one-on-ones, show me you really want it, and I'll make sure you get it. I'll make sure I stand by you to the day you are absolutely successful with this, without a shadow of a doubt. So yeah, send me pictures. Go on Mumu right now, everybody, if you don't have the Discord, and send pictures of what your charts look like. If you have the Discord, go ahead and go to the notes and post your pictures there whenever you get a chance. You said Spy's looking good now? Let's go take a look, Cody. Let's shimmy and shake over here. After we're done today, Silo, you have time? Not yet, that's okay. Perfect. So we'll speak today, Cody. We'll make sure we check your charts over. You definitely have some brilliant ideas. So the first thing we're going to do is highlight the way you trade, because it's really nice. I like what's going on over there. And then after that, after we highlight how you trade, we'll see what things you need to add to the table. Because you might not even need to add too much different things, honestly. You probably had to just add the long-term trading style and then the reversal points with how you already trade. And I think that would be a perfect recipe for you. We'll see. We'll see. It's all hypotheticals until we actually get into the nitty-gritty of it. Learning and taking it slow with small profits. Excellent. And again, thank you guys for not taking that too harshly. You know, thank you for understanding where I'm coming from when I say that. It's not me being, disrespectful or me trying to act like I'm at a hierarchy or like I'm sitting on the throne and everybody else is kneeling before me. That's not what I'm trying to do here. What I'm trying to do here is show you how you could become a king yourself by highlighting all the necessities that a king needs. Right? So how do you actually maintain your position of a king? And again, it's making you a king or a queen for those of you that are females. Absolutely trying to make sure that we are the king and queen maker. You understand, everybody? We're here to make kings. We're not here to show off our kingly power. That sounded so corny. But no, you get what I'm saying. The supply and demand zones you did are effed up. That's okay. That's all good. Yeah, you're gonna feel a little burned sometimes when you're doing some of these trading styles. It's a good thing though, because it truly weeds out those individuals who shouldn't really be trading, because it is gonna require a lot of work, like to be able to understand a market like this and trade the same way. Mailbox silo. John, I apologize. I did not open the PO box. I'm not even going to lie to you. I completely forgot about it. I'm going to have to leave here shortly within the next hour because I got to go handle an appointment. They're just going to check the situation I got going on over here. Make sure it's all good. And once we check for that, I'll go straight to the UPS and I'll open up that box. Because I really want to open up a PO box just to have one. You said the reversal points work incredibly well with your style. It's like bread and butter. You see, I had a feeling because the way you were scouting some of these buys and sells when I was looking at your profile on Moomoo, I was noticing that, there's very few people who are able to do that, by the way. It's like a dime in a dozen, So the fact that you actually joined my Discord, I'm baffled by that, right? Because most people, they would get like overconfident. They'll be like, you know what? Nah, I'm better than this person. I don't want to learn from this person. You know what I mean? Like, that's how a lot of people get. Not because they're bad people, but because that's how they were raised. No, the fact that you can see that, and the fact that you join with that intention, that's why it makes me very excited when I saw your name join. I was just like, there's no way. Usually those individuals, like, whenever I have people that are cocky here, I mean, you see it. You definitely could tell. Those individuals are not really here right now, honestly. But sometimes people become too cocky. And the second they become cocky, like some of the students I used to have here before, every single time I talk really well about somebody, for some reason, they always leave. I don't know why. And when I say leave, I'm not specifically trying to highlight you, Cody. If something happens and you got to go and you can't be here, that's fine. But what I'm trying to say is they leave without saying a word. Like, they just disappear off the face of this earth. And it's always when I start talking really good about a person. So that's the reason why you don't hear me say nothing about nobody no more. I'm going to highlight if you did something good or if you did something wise, just like how Cody did right there in terms of his buys and sells. But I'm not going to try to be overly, you know what I mean? I ain't trying to gas it too much. But if it's good, I'm going to tell you it's good. If it needs improvement, it needs improvement. But I don't know what improvement you need, Cody. Not right now, at least. Again, everybody, send your charts into the Moomoo app whenever you get a chance. If you don't have Moomoo and you don't want to download Moomoo, go on Twitter and add me on Twitter and send me your charts on Twitter. Once other people start seeing us bounce our heads, back and forth with each other, and we're not being cocky, we're not being, too overly, confident and stuff like that, like everything is actually, intensely planned. Once other people could see that in the community, they're easily going to start setting this thing ablaze, and things are going to, grow very dramatically at that point. Because remember, what is the goal here? What is the point of our growth, right? The point of our growth is to help more people around the world. So the faster we could do it, which is definitely going to, be done with the help of others. But the faster we could do it, the faster everybody here will feel like this is their community, and you'll have a sense of worth here. If I do everything myself, you're not going to feel like anything is yours. That's the reason why I don't create so many new trading styles now, because I want you guys to start creating those trading styles, making the books off of them, establishing your legacy, taking it to the next level above mine. You said the calls lost a lot of value really fast. Exactly, yep. Right now you're just on like the... it's like you're on a cheese grate. Is that what they call them? I don't really eat cheese, but... what do you call those little things where you shave off a little bit of it? It's like a... pretty much, yeah. You're just getting some surface level skin taken off. It's pretty much... sounds terrible. Maybe I shouldn't have said it like that. No, yeah. That's literally what these options do at this point. That's the reason why when the market starts running up a little bit faster, people sell out really early, is because they get so traumatized. Not even traumatized, but they get so mad and so impatient because they're up like 100%. Now they're up only 50. Now they're up only 20. So when they go up 30, they're just like, screw it, I'm out. And then the market goes up 300%, 400%, 500%. It used to happen to me all the time. But on days like today, there's a good potential opportunity for you to run into a new high. That's the reason why we're playing the market exactly how we're playing it. We could start futures trading here in a second. I want to get into some futures trades. Start playing this back and forth a little bit. See if we can make some of this money while we wait for our options plays. Because remember, the goal with the options is to teach people that they could start with a very small amount of capital, and they don't need a lot of capital. They don't need to wait 5 years for them to have 16, 20, 30,000 from a job that they need to, awfully work at. And then if they can't save money, it's going to be very hard. So screw all that. I don't want to deal with none of that. And I don't want you guys to deal with none of that. You think I'm going to go to a random ass job just to make money just so I could throw into the stock market? Hell no. That's only for the really motivated people. And I'm not one of those people, honestly. The only reason why I actually allowed myself to stay with this market was because I made 100,000 my first year. If I never made that money, I would have never took this serious. So imagine how 90% of the community is when they don't make as much as I did their first month or year. Of course they're not going to be motivated. That's the reason why I had to be so impactful now. So it's kind of like I made a whole entire 180 on myself and changed myself inside out. So I can actually be able to consistently show you guys how to, lead yourselves. Not just me lead you. Because that's a harder thing to do, is lead yourself. Because you can listen to orders. Some people are really good with listening to orders. And some people, they don't even know how to set orders for themselves. In terms of like selling out at 20%. They keep waiting. They keep forcing it. They'll push it. And then because they'll push it and force it, their next trade, which is easier with more opportunities to be more profitable, is also basically a mishit. Like they don't really correctly gauge it. They'll miss out. They'll wait too long. Once you start listening to your own interior core concepts and rules, and it becomes reality, it's like everything becomes very, very simple. You're looking at some insurance for the call, but the puts are still expensive still. So what does that tell you right there, John? Meaning if the market falls down and they're expensive, they're still going to go up, of course. But we could definitely wait for these contracts to get cheaper. You feel me? You know what I mean? So right there, John, that took me 2 years to figure that out. I kid you not, that took me 2 years. I would be entering into so many different plays in the first hour, and then by the time 12 o'clock hits and 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock hits and it's easier trades with more potential, especially for the 0 days, it's like I got no more money to use. It used to happen to me every single time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to now get ready and make my way out. You guys could take a little break here. If you guys need another person to watch on YouTube, go ahead and search up these individuals for me. Trader TV. Live Trader TV. I'll be posting just the trades inside the Discord. So
If you
I
want to
mean,
see it
like
all,
I said, if you just
need
watch
a
the
car
Discord,
that
you're
can
good
go the
enough. You don't have
distance.
to
The new Subaru Forester Hybrid.
mess with your head too much right now.
$58 on OCTO. So that would take it through the high of the day. Worth to open
So this
up at
is
58,
basically
we'll be
they
opening
scout
at another fresh
stocks. That's what they do here,
stock
and they're
is
really good at it.
Been a while since we've seen something.
But can they trade the
quite
market with
like
complete
this.
certainty?
Go get it, boys.
Yes and no.
Thank you very
Honestly,
much for that,
this group
Neil,
right
and
here,
Here we are. Joseph, it is 12:07 and change. This one.
he's
halted
not. I wouldn't say he's
12:02:51.
one of the best
So
here.
let's have a
My
look at
favorite
the
two
clock.
people are
It's
Neil
currently
and
12:07:49.
the white guy with
the earlier. There it is. We're
the
open,
bald white
and
guy.
it's a new high day.
Or is he bald?
61.85.
I don't know if
Be
he's bald. Let me
careful,
see.
guys. Look for the.
Considering how aggressive this selling was in here. So
I forgot his
we'll just
name.
avoid this for
It's
now.
Neil
the
and
flag component of the bull flag,
whatever.
which I'm talking about,
Doesn't really matter.
35, 36, 37. You want
But
to
yeah,
do
they're
that
really good
in
when it comes to trading. But I would say the
anticipation
best
for the bull
is
flag
probably Neil,
continuation above
which is
45,
this guy right here.
46, and
As well.
I think this is Neil, unless I'm
167
confusing him
clean.
and the other guy.
The thing about earnings season, I know earnings season's coming up to a little
Yeah,
bit.
that's
of an
Joe,
end here.
that's him, yep.
The thing about earnings season is it's not
Pretty
just these
sure.
great day
But yeah,
one
him,
plays where you
and
get
then you
big
have
time
Stock
runners
Market
and
Live.
reversions. These day two plays, if a level is
Stock Market Live is this guy right here. And
keep that in mind. If we don't move
Yeah.
big at the end of the day, it's different than last week. But if we do end up moving a little bigger here,
he's more on
there you
the
go. Duo's a
comedy side, I
Chinese
would say.
name. That's one of the Chinese.
But
like
really good
gamble,
information.
small
He
cap
goes over
play
every
those,
single
but they
stock,
get free
company,
shares on
ticker, Baba, and all. Oh wait, Baba's at 140?
Octo, kinda, yeah.
Wait a second.
It
Let me
is
check my
like
Baba
that.
position.
HKD, at least for the day. But then there was another one that did it, and
Oh
it
my
already
God.
got rug pulled. So just be careful. I don't know what you guys are into.
Holy.
Again, Apple and then AAP just moved.
That's beautiful. All right, we're going to leave that alone.
Okay, SPY back.
I'm still holding Baba. I want to see
Back
Baba run to
forward.
like $200 or
Remember that last little
$300.
Apple sell, that's kind of where
And then we're going to retire.
some of this downside started.
Now I'm playing. Imagine. We can't make it that easy. All right, so watch these two individuals, Stock Market Live, or watch Live Trader TV. I would tell you watch Trades by Matt. But I don't think he's live right now.
Stop moving. The chain would just like open up randomly. But yeah,
Well, this is an exciting.
be careful.
Yeah, he was live an hour ago.
You got lucky, Junior. Witnessing
So I guess he's just live for like an hour every day.
On the job. Portable nuclear
He trades
reactors.
20 accounts at the same time.
Denny's on the high. I don't call
Let's
that
see
a bad
actually see how he did today.
All right.
There's more
Real
to
quick.
life than
Very
trading.
nice lesson on talking the book.
Dude,
Like,
there's like some there's like therapy talk that goes
Let's
on.
see
in
where's
it.
the profit.
Consumer. But I will wait and see if we can get a
me see.
retest. You know, close nine. So, Top Step is live. They're gonna own the entire.
Let me see, what did he just do right there?
Some orders.
So, limit, stop.
Duo again.
Wait, what did he just do? Did he buy?
Yeah, we have free
No,
shares of
Mason.
it.
Once they move you to live,
That's
it's
limit,
either you're
B
fully taking
limit.
everything out or you're
Remember
done.
last time at the
That's
beginning of
stop.
the year we played these?
I have no idea what
They
that
don't want
means.
you to
It's just
forever,
free.
like-
From the looks of
Yeah,
it,
I
it looks
have
like he
no idea what that thing's doing.
did he go short? I can't see his
Weird because
profit.
we haven't really heard from China except the Apple stuff this morning, but that was just related to one or two companies.
We'll figure it out after. Let me see.
And then we didn't hear.
All
It
the
looks like he
top
went
line
short
fees,
here,
they're gonna
but he
own
might be
a little
long.
bit in payouts they'll do from XFAs.
Because I think he was
And then
probably
they
waiting for
live.
this to go up to a higher point.
Back up.
But
Let me
we
see,
were,
what did he
I've
do
seen
here?
A couple times here in the last couple minutes. Yeah, that started to run up.
Did he stop
They
out?
might be at the event.
I think he just stopped out.
and
So he might have went short right there. That's probably what it was.
no fill yet. That's a fill. It would have worked, chat. What'd I say? Of course.
I don't
when
know
don't
if
take
JD
it, it
and
works.
Duo are related. I don't know.
It felt really weird. I don't know. I didn't
Right.
like it.
Yeah.
Wait,
JD
he's-
was random.
is he
There's
profiting?
like
Point
no
IV
news.
trade.
The only news in the morning was Baba and Baidu with the.
No, he
Apple
didn't profit there.
intelligence.
Support.
Let's see if we can go
JD
find
popped
another
and
trade
that
then
he got
into.
and then
Scratch
now the gamble
We're like,
ones are going up.
bro, don't. Summer or something. Kind of
Yeah, I don't think he got into too many trades. Again, I promise you, he's one of the best. I promise you. You get days like this sometimes. Even the best
you're
traders
either
do.
bald or gray haired. There's no.
But yeah, he's definitely one of the best.
Unless
So yeah,
it's like
watch
these
him if you
20-year-old
guys
Discord kids.
are bored. If not,
They
I
need,
don't
like,
think
an
anybody's
extra
going to be on the
3 years
Discord
in order to
talking,
get
but
rid of it.
I'll unmute everybody just in case
Earlier.
if anybody
Yeah,
wants to talk.
energy names are getting clobbered. Remember, you had end phase and a few others. Just
JO options.
fly
I'll take a look at this
weeks ago.
individual, and I'll tell you guys later today if he's somebody I would
I'm
watch.
fairly interested in 820.
I don't think I've heard of that guy before, but I would love to take a look. Remember, show me the best traders part of every country, because we're definitely going to try to link up with them. The best traders in every single country. We're going to build a really nice base with them. Learning and taking it slow. There we go. Just making sure I didn't miss out on any of the messages here. So let me tell you how to play the SPY options going into the next hour, just in case you guys don't go on Moomoo, because I'll be posting everything on Moomoo and on the Discord. By the way, that's what I always do whenever I am going to my appointments or I'm not going to be home. I always post it to the Discord at least, and then Moomoo after that, because I got to fix it, of course. So again, just take your time, be patient, scout out for the Moomoo, wait for the Discord, and yeah, just wait for me to get back. I'll message everybody on both platforms. So far today was really good. Really, really good in terms of the ideas. The only thing that's not working out properly is the fact that you're not running up into a new high. You're just taking your sweet old time here. But this looks still really good. This looks to me like you're just going to launch up, switch sides, and run straight to 652. If you do not run up above 647, let's say if you get below 647, everybody, you could just play the puts going right back down to 640. But of course, chop it up. Chop it up, chop it up, chop it up. Play for the halfway, play for the quarter point. Make sure you help out anybody if they need some help. And yeah, let's go look at the CS zones real quick, because I kind of want to see how those are working. Real quick. Yeah, so they don't do options, yeah. Live Trader TV. They just do swings, but I used to trade options off of their swings. So like whenever they would take a long position or short, I would just buy an option that's like one strike out, a couple days out, and I would sell it like, you know, within a couple seconds for like $5, $10, $20. You pay, you know, $400, $300, sell it for like $10, $20. You keep just spamming it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And you do not average down. You should not need to average down. With those positions, when you're scalping, you could average down, but you do not need to. So it's wiser to just take a loss and go back to the drawing boards if you need to sell out. Just don't cut yourself too short. So for SPY, everybody, you hit 1.5, you fell down to number 1, then you fell down to opening price, then you ran up to number... almost to number 1.5. Now you're right back down at opening price, maintaining and still showing some support above it. If you get below the yellow line, that's going to be a potential area where you could fall out the sky. So if you guys want to play puts, I'm going to have this screen on while I leave, because this is one of the best trading styles, of course. And then we're going to make the CS zones here. As you guys could tell, you're kind of stuck in them right now. I'll make you another set of zones here towards the top. And if you guys need to understand how to create these zones, again, it's on the Discord. Just search up CS and then put zones. And the videos will pop up for you. All right. Again, that has to do with how to make them. If you already know how to make them, the next thing you have to do is know how to trade with them, which is currently on the screen. So I think everybody has everything they need. Once you hit the bottom here, we'll see if we can average down on those first plays that we bought for, I forgot how much we paid. Bought it for 12. We're looking for the bigger trends. We're not looking just to get out for a scalp play. Since we have some extra capital from Friday, we're just going to basically only use that. Try to see if we could flip it into something crazier. So maybe we won't average down. Maybe I kind of want to see how this is going to play out without averaging down here. So I think I'm just going to leave it. I don't think we're going to average down on these. Yeah, we're just going to leave it. Leave it alone. By the time I finish my appointment, it should be around 2 to 3. Hopefully I don't leave too late. And I think we should be good. Now, in terms of insurance, did I tell you what to do? I believe I did. The next thing you should do is wait for 651, which is reversal point number 4. And then once you hit reversal point number 4, you can get into a cheap 0 day for a couple seconds. Just be careful, because again, this might go straight through it. So that's pretty much what I'm looking for. Run up to number 4, go straight through it, and then run up to the new high. All right, everybody. I'll be back. Remember, my idea, my personal opinion, what I want to do and what I want to see for this market here is you run up to the new high. Once you hit 651, I am most likely going to be selling out of my 0 day call. Regardless, even if I know the market can run up higher, because again, I'm just trying to play it smart. Not trying to deal with getting smacked by number 4. And I'll see you guys in a little bit, alright? Sounds like a plan? Sounds good? If you need some help, remember, message me on any of the platforms. And just tell me what's up, and we'll go from there. Alrighty. Let's do this! You guys excited? Are we excited? Come on, you gotta be excited. I'm sorry, am I loud? Good. Alright, let me leave this. Go, 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 go. I'm losing time. How much time do I got now? I gotta get there in 40 minutes. Alright. Let me leave you here. That's good. That's good. Alright, everybody. I'll be back. By the way, for everybody else who's in the Discord, as I'm driving to the spot, it's going to take me like 20 minutes to drive there, 30 minutes to drive there. So, if you guys have some time here, text me, hit me up on my phone, and we'll go from there. We can handle some stuff while I take care of that. Alright, I'll be back.
Hey, Salo, you in here?
I think he had to run to the dentist or something.
Gotcha. Appreciate it.
No problem.
How's everybody doing today?
Good. Like we're just watching paint dry right now.
Paint dryer?
Yeah, it's been a slow day on the spy.
Oh, the morning move around 10:30. Some good momentum there. Now it's midday, killing value. Power hours coming up, so we'll see how that is. But a lot of news coming out this week, so
Hopefully, we see something here in a couple minutes.
yeah, definitely. Pick back up. You got anything on the board right now? Who am I talking to?
This is Cody. No, I've closed out most of my positions today. I sold some Robinhood calls this morning, and that's pretty much
Oh,
it.
sweet. Yeah, I was eyeing Robinhood. I know you were talking about it. It went up like 6% overnight last night. I was like,
Yeah.
damn. This morning I was debating. It was at 111. I was like, should I do it? Should I not? But I think it'll go higher. It's got a resistance level at 117. I'm looking at. So it's probably dropping down. Probably go to like 125 next 2 weeks. I'm thinking.
What's it at right now? Let's see. Oh, it's still holding there. So
Everybody in China, I think one's going for $50, and it's a complete set.
It was Robinhood, and then I know Salo said something about Futu. That's Mumu, right?
yeah,
They're added to the S&P. I think this week, which is like really big as well.
that might be the final little push they get to hit that high.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
I'm just trying to stay awake watching this thing now.
It's usually, the best thing to do is like, I mean, honestly, if you're in something, I wouldn't say take your eyes off of it, unless it's like, you got some time on it. But usually set like the little alerts. Set the little alerts on it. What are you using to watch the tickers? I'm on Trade View.
I actually use Robinhood Legend.
Robinhood Legend. I haven't heard of that.
It's like their new chart system, I guess. They put it out like a year ago. I've been using it pretty consistently.
Is it it's like spot on? Like, do you have to like? Because I know like with Webull they have like premium, and you gotta like pay for like certain things on their platform. But Webull is like real good. Salo uses that one.
Yeah, it's this is completely free. It's it lines up pretty well with the other charts, honestly. I just use this because I use Robinhood as my broker as well, so I can like directly do my trades through this.
Sweet. Yeah, that sounds nice. Yeah, I use I have all of them really. I got Mumu, I got Webull, I got Robinhood, E-Trade. I haven't gotten onto like Charles Schwab's or any of the other ones, but those are my like top three. Yeah, Robinhood kind of sucks though. 3:30, they cash you out. They kick you out whatever contracts you have, if it's a 0 day.
Yeah, they it's kind of rough sometimes on the hood, but
that's funny.
but
Yeah.
I've been using it for like 6, 7 years now, so I'm just attached to it, I guess.
Yeah. I started on Robinhood like around COVID, 2020. They've come a long way.
Yeah, they didn't have this just like up until last year, really. So it's not as sophisticated. It doesn't have as many indicators as like TraderView does.
Yeah, TradingView really hits with the. You got like Fibonacci retracements. You got triangles and all the other tools.
Yeah.
Measuring. Hello. This lady just looked dead at me. This lady just looked me right in my eye. I said hello. She didn't say anything back. People are weird. And then I think September 15th, they're coming out with the decision on the Fed rate cut, right?
Yeah, I think so. It looks like it's going to happen too.
Yeah, that's. Yep. You never know. You never know. But yeah, it's leaning towards that way for sure. Things would be a lot
Sometimes
redder.
they'll like hype it up and then like change last minute and be like, yeah, no, we're not
Pull,
going to do
they'll
it.
pull the rug. Yeah. Fuckers. Nvidia's stuck at 170, bro. It might be breaking out this week. It looks like it. It looks like it's compressing. I don't know if you were around for when Salah would talk about like spiraling and compressing and the trends.
Hmm. His Pokemon ones?
Say that again?
We should have had. Yeah. It should be in there. I'm pretty sure we grabbed both of them.
Yeah, dude. Nvidia looks like it's ready to get that leg up. We're all so mad. I played earnings. The thing fell out of the fucking sky. And the earnings were good too. I just didn't understand. I really didn't get that far.
I hate when that happens.
But it was just that was my first time ever playing earnings. So come on, buddy. Go home.
I don't play earnings anymore. I do like the reversals on them. So like the day after or something, I'll just play the opposite.
Right. Yeah, but for me, I really like stick to like SPY. So I'm really just trying to like learn one, which has all of them. And like Salo was saying, is like if you could stick to just one, and you learn that one, then you could take whatever you learn on that and just apply it to all the rest of them. Because at the end of the day, that SPY has all 500 of the stocks in it. So
Yeah, it's much more reliable too. There's a lot more like liquidity, and you don't have to worry about not selling your contract and stuff as much.
right, definitely.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get this down and then branch it back out into other stocks. I used to play all kinds of stuff, but it was just too chaotic.
Like what? What would you play?
I'd be swapping between Tesla and Nvidia. I have a couple like small cap stocks that are like Irene and stuff like that I play. But now it's
Yeah,
all, like
Tesla.
pretty much solely the SPY.
Tesla there. Yeah, me and Tesla have been in the ring a couple
Yeah,
times. It
Tesla got
hasn't
me.
been a fair fight. Me and Tesla have not been a fair fight.
It's just so expensive.
Yeah, I remember last year there was one time when we were on the charts with Silo where it was like, bro, market literally open. Yo, dude, that thing was flying. It was like there was no fucking sellers in sight, dude. It's like you could just throw money in. And you were making like 1,000, 2,000, like 10 minutes. I was like, what the hell? And I was like, I think that was their earnings.
Yeah,
Everybody in the chat was green, bro. I was like saying,
I had a bad play like right when Musk and Trump started getting into it, so I just kind of stayed
oh
away from the
yeah.
thing entirely.
Yeah, that was bad. That's when shit got cold.
Now it's so hard to read, I feel like.
Yeah, it's still mixed emotions on it. A lot of shit going on. That robo taxi shit is once that like really gets like confirmed, and it's like good. No like recalls or anything. Do some forward looking outlook.
Yeah, that is gonna send it literally to the sky if it does well.
I want to know if Uber is gonna get a contract with Tesla for that shit.
That would be interesting. See a little collab going on there. It might put Uber and like Lyft out of business if it does real well.
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, Uber and Lyft already put like taxi cabs out of really business, and now like that's like next level. Putting like another business out of business because it's just AI. That's just how big AI is, bro. It's insane.
Yeah, they're really working on stuff like that overseas now too, and it looks like it's doing really well. I gotta step away for a second. My wife just got home.
Got you.
Would you rather have pizza for breakfast or cereal for dinner? I would have pizza for breakfast any day. It's a great way to start the day. Definitely cereal for dinner. You gotta stay healthy, you know? Come on, man, I'm with Barack on this. Pizza for breakfast all the way. All right, next question. Would you rather live in a house made of chocolate or a house made of marshmallows? A house made of chocolate would be amazing. I choose chocolate. Marshmallows, no question. They're soft and delicious. Come on, man, I'm gonna go with chocolate too. I want a chocolate house. Okay, last question. Would you rather have a pet dragon or a pet unicorn? Definitely a pet unicorn. They're magical creatures. A pet dragon, no doubt about it. It's powerful and can protect me anytime. Come on, man. I got a side for Barack on this too. A pet unicorn. Way to go. I would have pizza for breakfast any day. It's a great way to start the day. Cereal for dinner. You gotta stay healthy, you know? Come on, man. I'm with Barack. Pizza for breakfast all the way. Would you rather live in a house made of chocolate or a house made of milk? It's a house made of chocolate. Amazing. Okay, last question. Would you rather have a pet dragon or a pet unicorn? They're magical creatures. Pet dragon, no doubt about it. Powerful and can protect me anytime.
Baby. Oh. Hey, robot. Here you go.
It's been a slow fucking day. Like the move this morning was like nothing as well. There's a lot of uncertainty right now because we're like in September, like a week into September, and it's still kind of running up, which is just really weird. I feel like this shit's gonna like crash any minute now.
Probably gonna try and fill that gap from this morning. That's what I was thinking it was gonna do early. And it got close. But then it was big buyback. Around 10 and 36.
Yeah, I actually had to put this morning and kind of got cooked.
Oh shit. Yeah, I bought a put by accident this morning, and I was like, fuck. But good thing it didn't go through. So I was like, oh yeah. So I pressed cancel, and I got to a call.
It's like a
little,
nice on a
little,
drop here.
little scares. On that Robin Hood legend, they show you different time frames, right?
Yeah, you can actually like create your own custom time frames and everything too.
Custom. So like what, like 2 minute, 6 minute?
Yeah, you can do like threes, and like whatever, you know.
Does it give you do you have to pay for that, or you said it's free, right?
No, it's completely free. I actually watched the I have a screen with like the 1 second and the 1 in 5 on it as well.
Oh, the one side. I'll be on the 1 minute, 1 minute 5, 15, 30, 1 hour.
Yeah. I have the 1 second up just to kind of time entries.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't have I don't think I have that on Trade and View. I gotta pay for it. I have premium, but they're on some bullshit. They're like, you gotta get pro. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
that's why I got off of TradingView because like it's just a constant advertisement to try and get you to pay for the premium stuff.
Yeah. So
I
stupid.
don't know if you can actually get any upgrades on this. I think it's so new that they don't really have anything to upgrade to.
But I guess like with Trading View, the upside is that you can like hook up your brokerages and you could set your stop losses and your profit, take profit, and just do it all on through them.
Yeah. It is a really good way to watch the charts and stuff. I started using Mumu's chart as well because it's actually pretty accurate. They got a lot of cool tools on there.
Yeah, mobile. When I first got on there, bro, it was like Chinese to me. Everything looked so like all over the place. Then I started trying to get into it, but I'm not a fan. I don't like their layout.
It's a
Robinhood
lot.
definitely entry level, easy, more easier, quick to get into. Webull, fairly easy as well. A little more. They don't do that 330 sell out 0 days like Robinhood does. Uh-oh. And theirs is pretty easy to do.
That shit'll kill you sometimes.
What? That shit has killed me a couple times. Before I even knew that they did that, it did that, and I was so pissed. I was furious because literally the trend just switched up. Had a call. I was down like 40%. It was going up 20, 30, and then it said, I forgot what it said. This is something 0 day expiration, and then it took it off, and
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? I was like, Silo, what just happened, bro? I think I just got scammed.
Yeah, I
And
just
he was
bought a
like, yeah.
put on the SPY a minute ago. It's up 20% right now. Let's see if it
What
clears.
what price range did you price target?
647, just because I don't know if it's going to just rip back up right here. It's been consolidating for so long. I bought it real close.
Gotcha. Yeah. Look, I mean that seems pretty good. Looks like it's on its way down to close that gap and then probably bounce back up. Yeah, the support level at what? 647.80.
Yeah. That's the
Broke that.
first.
Yeah. So you should. Yeah, dude. I'm seeing that red right now. You
Oh,
should
there
be.
it goes. Yeah.
Should be popping.
Yeah, I'm up 40% right now.
Nice. Hell yeah.
I do have a cheap call I'm still holding on to from this morning, so I might average it at this bottom support. Huh? What kind of pet? I want to get a doggy. I want a doggy. You want a unicorn? That'd be cool. You ever seen what a Pegasus looks like? No. They might have. They were kind of killing them. Hmm. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, I've been doing this. Yeah, close that put out. I was saying I sold my put just now. Did hit that equal reaction reversal point, so it might rip here.
You dig it up?
Yeah. Let's see here on this candle though, it might continue.
Come on, Jack. What do you want? Wait.
Rebought that same put for cheaper just now. EMAs are starting to point downward too.
Hey, Cody, you still in here?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I just to close that gap on SPY. I think we should be seeing some more upside after that.
Looks like it's about to kind of reverse here.
Yep.
Checking the RSIs and stuff right now.
Nice.
Yeah, it looks like it might bounce off that 40 RSI. It's already dipped below the 30 once today on the 30-minute. Looks kind of identical on the other time frames. Oh, yeah, there's a big pop-up right there. Oh yeah, my book got stopped out. Some big buy volume coming in.
Hey, how can you see that? Are you using what indicators are you using for that?
So I can actually see it like on the 1 second. I have the volume indicator on that.
Oh yeah, this thing's got good momentum right now.
Yeah.
This shit's
Get
flying.
3 full bodies here. We'll probably rip to the sky. I did average down a minute ago, so hopefully it goes up. Did it completely fill that gap earlier? Looks like it did. There's a little bit under it still. Yeah, I think this thing's just gonna keep going now. Nice. Hell yeah.
Let's see. And that extra leg? Getting that extra leg? I think it is.
Looking good.
Yeah, imagine. You got like 2,000 people, one Discord. Everybody buy calls. Everybody buys a call.
Just drive the price up ourselves.
Yo, that would be fucking crazy. We'd be unstoppable at that point, honestly.
Our own little investing army would be amazing.
I wouldn't doubt that's what these hedge funds be doing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They call them up. Hey, listen, we're going down today. All right. Press the button, boys. Yeah, that's a nice pullback.
Oh yeah, there you go.
651 by end of day?
That would be sick.
What range? We're in.
If we could get a run up like we did last week, that would just be incredible.
No, last week was sick. What was it? I think it was like, what, Wednesday, Thursday, end of day?
Yeah, that
Dude,
was nuts.
things is just flying.
Just a little bit more. My call will be back in profit.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? Let's see who's here. Nobody? Damn. Everybody left? That's alright. Yeah, I've probably been here all day. I understand. I understand. It's alright. Let's see who's here. Who's in the Discord? We got 2 members. YouTube. 0 members. Just give me 1 second. Let me catch up with everything. Let me see what everybody was talking about. See if we got to update anything. Let's see what's going on over here. Everybody on YouTube, thank you for showing up. I thank you for being here. I thank some of you for popping up when you don't need to pop up. I thank some of you for, you know, showing up when you don't need to show up. Treating me exactly how I would, you know, always wanted to be treated when I was a little kid. You know, with respect, with dignity, with honor. I'm happy I can help you guys throughout every single step of the way. And I can only hope that you yourself starts to believe in yourself, just like how I do with myself, which is going to be the one detrimental thing that at least takes you to the next level of success. Make sure you don't self-sabotage. Make sure you don't bring yourself down. Stop playing with yourself. And as long as you don't do that, I'll see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Do not self-sabotage. Do not destroy yourself. Build yourself. Become your best friend. Stop becoming an enemy of oneself. And like I just said, I shall see you tomorrow. We shall have plenty of beautiful trades since we have the whole entire day to trade. And until then, make sure you practice. Make sure you fix your charts. Make sure you actually message me. Tell me when you need help. Do not get stuck and then stay stuck. Do not get stuck and then stay stuck. The second you notice you're stuck, the second you're in quicksand, you instantly start reaching out for help. Because point blank, you're going to need the help. Otherwise, the whole entire world's going to swallow you whole. That's what happens to every single one of these individuals that I've taught. Every single one of these individuals that I've created good relationships with. They've all been destroyed by that simple fact. So make sure every single one of you build, you create, and do not let these little weak characteristics of the world bring you down. Till tomorrow, everybody. I shall see you there. Make sure you stay safe. Take care of yourself. Make sure you eat right. Make sure you fast. Take care of your health. Don't eat and drink enough, sugar to kill you. Make sure you take care of yourself. No sugar, everybody. No sugar, no sugar, no sugar, no sugar, no sugar. That thing destroys and kills every single person we see. It gives them Alzheimer's. It gives them diabetes. It gives them health issues. No more sugar, everybody. Enough with the sugar. Water, pure fruit and vegetables, pure meat. If you don't want to take meat, again, just eat vegetables and fruit. There's a reason why these gorillas are, able to carry 2,000, 3,000 pounds, and yet all they eat is fruit. So regardless of, what type of lifestyle you have and what you're trying to follow, it doesn't really matter. Everybody has no idea what they're talking about. They're just trying to make you feel like you need to follow them. So make sure you follow what you want to follow. Stop following these people that force you to follow them. Follow who you think you need to follow, and make sure it's somebody who has your best interest in mind. And make sure you always try to aim for absolutely everything you can, completely fathom. Everything